Welcome one, welcome all. We're going to call this to order. And if we can rise for the invocation by the Honorable Lewis Jones.
Let's bow our heads, folks. Dear Heavenly Father, we know that you are always near us and beside us in all that we do. We ask that you be with us this evening as we make the decisions for the people of the city of Virginia Beach. Guide us and direct us in what we do and what we say. And when we leave this meeting tonight, may we take your love and fellowship with us. We pray in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, thank you. Mr. Wood has had to step out for a conference call. He will be back shortly. Madam Clerk, could we have the roll call, please?
Yes, sir, all present. Ms. Wooten is just stepping in now. So all present except for Mr. Wood, who had to step out for a conference call and will rejoin in a few minutes.
Okay, great. Ask for a motion for the certification of the closed session.
Second.
A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Lucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
No.
Councilmember I'm sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Mrs. Henley, under the statute, you need to state at this time the basis for your nay vote, please.
I believe that the discussion went beyond the stated legal reason for our discussion of the topic in closed session.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood has stepped out absent. Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 9-1, you have certified the closed session to be in accordance with a motion to recess.
Okay, at this point, could I have a motion to certify the minutes of the special session of March 30th, 2021, and the informal and formal sessions of April 6th, 2021?
So moved. Second.
Okay, could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Abbott?
Madam Clerk, I cannot recall which meeting I was absent for.
Ms. Abbott, I believe you were absent on the April 6th.
Okay, well then
Let
I'm
me think.
voting aye on all but April 6th and abstaining on April 6th.
I believe that's right. Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye, and if the record could reflect that on the executive session, I did leave during a time period for an item for which I had a conflict.
Yes, sir, I'll reflect that in a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood is absent. Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
And if you'll give me just 1 second, Ms. Abbott, I'd like to just confirm, I think you were absent on the 6th, which is the summary that's in here. Yes, you were absent on April 6th. Thank you. By a vote of 10 to 0, except for April 6th, that'll be 9 to 0. You've approved the minutes as submitted.
Okay, thank you. It is now my pleasure to read a resolution for an individual who gave his heart and soul to his city for a very, very long time, and yes, really did make a difference. Whereas David Bradley began his long and successful career with the city on September 1st in 1988, and whereas he earned a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration and a Master of Business Administration from East Carolina University, and remains a loyal Pirates fan to this day. And whereas, since 2019, he served as Deputy City Manager of Infrastructure, which includes the departments of Public Works, Public Utilities, Information Technology, Finance and Budget, and Management Services. And whereas David served the majority of his career with the Budget and Management Services, serving numerous roles such as Budget Analyst, Management Services Administrator, Deputy Director, and finally Director from October 16th to 2016 to September 2019. And whereas, while serving as the Director of Budget and Management Services, he provided strategic direction for the city's operating budget of $2.1 billion and capital improvement program of $3.4 billion, which included developing funding plans for resort areas, private-public partnerships, and stormwater capital project deficiencies, and whereas David served 2 times as Management Services Administrator as a Deputy Director from June 2001 to December 2006 and August 2007 to September 2016, with responsibilities ranging from coordinating the Lynn Haven Mall expansion project, acting as project manager for the Tidewater Community College expansion project, and managing the relocation of Operation Smiles headquarters to Virginia Beach. Whereas David has exemplified the tenets of public service by holding varied positions in the city, including the interim Director of Economic Development, Administrative Services Manager in Parks and Recreation, and Public Utilities Finance Officer. And whereas David has committed to upholding the city's fiscal security and providing effective services to the city and its citizens, along with his vast knowledge and countless number of projects completed throughout his Virginia Beach career, he leaves a remarkable record of accomplishment behind. Whereas, on this day, we honor a public servant and leader who deserves our recognition for all that he has done for the city of Virginia Beach. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Virginia Beach Council expresses its appreciation to David A. Bradley for his outstanding contributions to our city and extends its congratulations on the occasion of his retirement from the government, given under our hands this 20th day of April, 2021. David, thank you. And David, please, a couple words, but, once again, sincere thanks from a grateful city. People enjoyed working with you, for you, and you made a difference.
Well, Mayor, thank you so much. We had a virtual retirement party a few weeks ago, and I got to thank the many people that have made a difference in my career. But I want to thank City Council and all your predecessors. When you spend 32 years mostly in the budget office, you get a front row to watching the policy decisions. And I know they weren't easy in 1988, and they're not easy today. So I always appreciate people that take on leadership roles, so thank you. I appreciate your mention in East Carolina University, a proud pirate, but their motto is simply to serve. And it didn't resonate with me when I was an undergraduate. I was majoring in business, and I went and worked in the private sector for a year and came back to do graduate work. And it really started resonating with me. I'd worked for the Army Corps of Engineers in the summer in Duck, North Carolina at their field research facility. And I just really started thinking, man, that's really cool. You can make a difference if I could just find the right organization. And whether it was divine intervention or just good luck, I got the city of Virginia Beach, and what a wonderful career it has been. There were great leaders in finance and budget. I know some of the council members that have been around will remember Giles Dodd, who's kind of the father of probably finance and budget in our city. And then you had Patty Phillips, and then on my side, Dean Block, Walt Kramer, and Catherine Weitzel. But the one thing they always instilled was the fiscal integrity of our finances is just critical. You'll have heated and discussion about the budget, and that's okay. That's the passion that we have in our city. But the numbers have to be right, and we have to account for it. So I always want you to know that that was always at the top of my mind, the integrity of our finances. I'd like to also mention, when I say to serve, I met this young lady the last week of high school, Manio High School, and we had already been married for a few years when I had to talk her into saying, let's try this Virginia Beach thing. So she took a leap of faith. She was working for East Carolina. I'm very proud to mention that she's retiring from our school system as a sign language interpreter this June. So very proud of her and proud of our two daughters that also, Sarah and Emily, that she got to do a lot of community service between the aquariums and church and so forth. And the last thing I'd say, I hope this isn't really retirement. I hope this is a transition. It would break my heart not to serve this great city anymore. So I hope I get a chance to do that in a volunteer or a board. This time you won't have to pay me for it anymore. So thank you. I'll remember this the rest of my life.
And thank you to your wife for sharing David with us for these years. And I'm sure he put in a lot of long hours. And David, people like you really don't retire. You just do different stuff.
Well, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. God bless both of you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, Madam Clerk, could we go over some of the ground rules here?
Thank you, Mayor. Today we will have both in-person speakers and speakers participating via WebEx. To minimize risks due to the COVID pandemic, limited seating will be available in Suite 5 with overflow seating available in Suite 4 where the meeting will be broadcast via WebEx. In-person speakers will be required to follow physical distancing and safety protocols including wearing a mask while in the convention center. For ordinances and resolutions, I will recognize in-person speakers first in the order which they registered. After all in-person speakers have been called, I will then recognize the speakers participating via WebEx. For planning items, I will recognize the applicant or the representative first, whether they are in person or participating via WebEx. All those speakers will be recognized as previously stated. Speakers participating via WebEx, please mute any additional devices you have in the room to avoid any unnecessary background noise and/or the possibility of echoing. It is important that once recognized, please wait 2 to 3 seconds to begin to ensure council hears your complete remarks. Please begin your comments by identifying yourself, and please do not ask, "Can you hear me?" as only one feed is open at a time to minimize the echo or reverberation, and as such, you will be unable to hear a response. Again, speakers will be recognized in the order which they registered. Please note if the speaker does not respond or technical issue occurs which renders the comments unintelligible, I will move on to the next registered speaker. Mayor and members of council, are there any questions about the process? Thank you. I'll turn the meeting over to Mayor Dyer to read the speaker rules and then begin moving through the published agenda.
Okay, thank you. And I want to remind everyone that the City Council speaker policy that allows certain representatives of groups to speak for 10 minutes applies only to planning items. All other speakers, whether speaking individually or on behalf of a group, will have 3 minutes to speak. Speakers are reminded that comments during the formal portion of the meeting must be limited to the subject of the item that is being considered by the council at the time you are called. When speakers are called on each item, the clerk will call for those individuals who have signed up to speak. After those who have signed up to speak have spoken, the chair will ask if there are any other persons who wish to speak on the item at hand. Those speakers will be allowed to speak and will be asked to give their name, address, and telephone number for the clerk to record. We have several items with only one speaker signed up. As such, the city clerk will call the speaker and identify each item they have registered on. The speaker will receive 3 minutes to comment on each item. Again, the speaker must limit his or her comments to the subject matter of the items that have they signed up to address. Finally, I call upon all speakers and all persons in the chamber to be civil in their discussion and decorum. Whatever views you hold and wish to express, the City Council wants to hear from you and ensure that all viewpoints and all persons are respected. The best way to do this is for all of us to strive for civility and respect. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have a speaker?
We do, Mayor, but would you open the public hearings first?
Oh, the public hearings at this point, yes. First one is acquisition by agreement or condemnation, temporary and permanent easements, Ray West Neck Road Phase 4 Project CIP number 2-088.
We have one speaker, Barbara Messner.
Good evening.
Good evening. If I could ask the mayor to please call me Miss Messner, because some of your staff and other people are calling me Barbara, and I just think, you know, it would be more respectful, because I call you Mr. Dyer or Mayor.
Will do.
Dyer. Thank you. Okay, on the, and of course, you know, you're overfilling the agendas. There's something tomorrow, there's something Thursday. It's almost impossible to print these things out and read them. Okay, on the acquisition by agreement or condemnation. And there was a law passed to stop the abuse of eminent domain condemnation. And this one is for a temporary and permanent easement for a CIP project. I don't care what it's for. Most of y'all have been here 20, 30, 40 years. You've had the opportunity to fix problems that we have. CIP, we do not have a balanced budget. We have debt. Our debt is equal to the budget, almost $3 billion. Okay. Okay, and the dredging, Air Public Works and Parks and Rec.
Ma'am, he hasn't opened the public hearing for that yet. This is
Okay.
just the first one that you're still on.
Okay, so I'm opposed. I'm in opposition. So, like I said, with all the commotion and everything going on, it's kind of hard to concentrate and make notes with all these people in here. Okay, so, yeah, I oppose all these easements. Okay, to modify boundaries.
Ma'am, he needs to read it first.
Okay.
The second public hearing will be modified boundaries of neighborhood dredging special service district, SSD, Great Herds Code.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Messner.
Okay. Like I said, some of y'all might remember the problems with the dredging for Chesapeake and Colony. Air staff, Air Public Works, we've lost a lot of people after the mass shooting. And people don't want to come to work here. We don't have enough air, you know, I oppose all this stuff, the dredging, the pollution, the erosion. We have uncontrolled growth. You create all the problems, and none of you have solved any problems that we have with our infrastructure and in our city. Okay.
There are no other speakers on the public hearing, sir.
No other speakers on the public hearing.
However, Mrs. Messner has signed up for numerous ordinances, resolutions, and planning items that are on the consent agenda. Would you like for me to go over those?
Yes, go right ahead.
Ms. Messner, the first item is, I will tell you the items that are being pulled from the consent agenda, if that's easier. Item 2, 7, 8, and 9 under ordinances and resolutions.
2, 7, 8, and 9.
Yes, so you may speak on the other ones at this time.
Okay, so this is Herds Cove. Like I said, the dredging, nonstop dredging of Rudy Loop. All that sand, you're taking it from Croatan Beach. That still hasn't been replenished. I'm surprised, you know, that those people haven't had a fit. It's been since like 2012. So the dredging, you know, it costs money. And I'm in opposition. This is a special service district and authorize the refund of SSD levies. I think it's really important, since we don't get the full agenda, that you, instead of using these abbreviations and initials, that the full information is on the agenda briefs. Okay, 3 is not pulled, correct? Or that one is pulled?
No, 3 is the next one, that's been pulled.
That has not been
That
pulled.
that
has
has
not
not
been
been pulled.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Amend the city code sections. Y'all are constantly amending city codes. We have city codes for a reason. 35 through 144, that's a lot of codes. 35 through 166, 35 through 192. Statutory assessment notices for the delivery of meals, transient occupancy, and admissions tax. The city shouldn't have to be delivering meals. The city, you just take on everything. And then I heard Mr. Bellucci, he's so proud of all the things. It's COVID money. It's mass shooting money. It's it's not your money. Y'all aren't managing air money. So 4,
That's next.
okay. Amend cost allocation between the cities of Chesapeake, Hampton, Newport News, Norfolk, Portsmouth, and Virginia Beach, and the Transportation District Commission of Hampton Roads. The city of Virginia Beach should be self-sustaining. We shouldn't be working on transportation with other cities. We're the largest city, and you failed on transportation. We don't even have basic bus service. We don't have parking. So, we don't need regionalism, and we don't need globalism. Okay, so 4. 5, authorize and direct the city manager to execute a memorandum of agreement for the contributing of funds for the Department of the Army, Ray Rudy Inlet dredging. We keep dredging. You keep putting the sand back on the beach. This goes back decades. We have uncontrolled growth. When you build on the ocean, you have uncontrolled growth. When you have monster truck shows, monster events on the beach, you're destroying the environment. All these environmental groups, they don't do anything. They don't speak out against this. Okay. I have other notes, but to save time, I'm not reading them. I'm just reading from here. So 6, approve the extension of the Town Center option agreement and recommend that the Virginia Beach Economic Development Authority approve an extension. That's, we've been subsidizing. Armada Hoffler built 5 parking garages, and our Virginia Beach Economic Development Authority, we pay for their rent there. What's going on with their money is absolutely insane. In my opinion, it's criminal negligence, what you do with their money and how it goes to other people instead of taking care of your citizens. Okay, 7, 8, and 9 are pulled. 10, ordinance to appropriate $4.6 million from the fund balance of the subscriptions internal service fund. You have so many fancy names. Why don't y'all have town halls and talk to us? Miss Henley's are at 5 p.m. and they're, okay. Information technology operations budget. Cost associated with relocation and modernization of the city's data center and the establishment of off-site data center. You are relocating almost everything at from the municipal center off-site, and you're paying select developers and property owners and property managers to lease this. That's our money's going down the drain, especially when you have virtual. we can't afford for you to keep spending your money like this, and IT is one of the most expensive departments that you have. And, you know, today I tried to watch a few minutes. You don't even have closed caption. You know, these meetings should be in the ballrooms where they were located before. People shouldn't be waiting in another, you know, overflow place. And I noticed we have 2 people retiring. That's really expensive. One, the person that just retired from finance, I think from 1988, and then his spouse who's with the city schools. You know, she mentioned something about sign. How many times have I asked y'all to have a sign interpreter like Governor Northam and other people do in other cities so the people that have hearing impairments, you know, can see what's going on? Okay, that's 1 through 10.
Okay, open a public hearing on planning, and that would be items 2 and 3.
Yes, sir, thank you.
So that's, okay. Okay. George Webb, well, Graham and Webb. Okay, okay. you
2 and
said-
3 only that you're speaking on now.
Oh, 2 and 3 only on planning? Okay. Dam Neck Storage, expand the office warehouse and bulk storage on London Bridge Road. Our city is expanding everywhere with storage places. They're all over Bird Neck Road, they're all over Oceana. This increases the traffic. The traffic is a nightmare. And not only do these storage places, you know, they rent to people. Some people lose their homes, some military get on other deployments, and then they auction off people's properties. This is a big money-making machine. So we have proffers for a reason, and we shouldn't be amending, and we shouldn't be doing anything until you fix the flooding and the crime. And look how many of our law enforcement have to be here today. We need them out, you know, on their streets in all neighborhoods. Okay, 3. That's Rose Hall. That's Mr. Berlucci, who said he was concerned about our neighborhoods. Okay, 3, Presmont Construction Services. Conditional use permit, automotive service station, Shore Drive. That's Bayside, Mr. Jones. I want to find the notes on this one because the 7-Eleven, some of them are subsidized and they're saturated. If you look around, all these small little gas stations, family gas stations, are going out of business. And on every corner, like Bird Neck, a giant 7-Eleven gas station. So anyone with gas stock of any amount should be abstaining. And all of these things with city property require a 7-2 majority vote. Okay, so I'm in opposition. It says conditional, but there is no condition. There aren't any people, as Ms. Henley used to say. We don't have, you know, permits, zoning, housing. You know, they don't go out and take care of what's going on in the neighborhoods. We don't have staff that is doing the job they were hired to do. That's why our city looks like a third world country, and we have crime, horrible crime. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Wood, if you could be so kind to do the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move for approval under the consent agenda under ordinances and resolutions. Item J1, ordinance to modify the boundary of Herds Cove neighborhood Dredging Special Service District and authorize the refund of SSD levies. Item 3, ordinance to amend City Code Section 35-144, 35-166, and 35-192, raise statutory assessment notices for delivery of meals, transient occupancy, and missions tax. Item 4, resolution to amend the cost allocation agreement between the cities of Chesapeake, Hampton, Newport News, Norfolk, Portsmouth, Virginia Beach, and the Transportation District Commission of Hampton Roads. Item 5, resolution to authorize and direct the city manager to execute a memorandum of agreement for the contribution of funds to the Department of the Army Ray Rudy Inlet Maintenance Dredging. Item 6, resolution to approve an extension of the Town Center option agreement and recommend that the Virginia Beach Development Authority approve the extension, noting that Mr. Moss is voting no on that item. Item 10, ordinance to appropriate $4.6 million from the fund balance of the Subscriptions Internal Service Fund to the FY 2020-2021 Information and Technology Operating Budget Ray costs associated with relocation and modernization of the city's data center and the establishment of an off-site data center.
Open a public hearing on planning.
Under planning, item K2, Dam Neck Storage LLC for modification of proffers. Ray expand the office warehouse and conditional use permit, Ray bulk storage at 1441 London Bridge Road in the Rose Hall District. Item 3, Presmont Construction Services LLC, KS Shore LLC for conditional use permit, Ray Automobile Service Station at 4769 Shore Drive in the Bayside District. So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we call the roll, please?
Councilmember Abbott?
Can you please put me down for voting nay on on I-6 as well? And then I.
Thank you. Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye, but reserving the opportunity to remark at the close on item 6.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11-0, you've approved the consent agenda as read by Vice Mayor Wood, noting Ms. Abbott and Mr. Moss's nay vote on number 6.
Mr. Moss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to explain for the viewing public. Item 6 was extending for the 4th time the option of Amada Hoffler on the Block 2 at Town Center. My only point is, I think when people are renewing options, we should be getting more than the taxes. Options have a value, and we should be demanding a payment, or we should be recompeting the option to see what someone would pay us for the option on that. And I think we have an obligation to get the full value of any agreement that we have. That we weren't entitled to the option, and we're giving away a public asset without compensation, so I voted no.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moss. Okay, moving forward to ordinances resolution. We are number 2, resolution to establish a citizens review panel task force requested by Council Member Wooten.
The first speaker is Barbara Messner, and after Ms. Messner is Gary McCollum.
Welcome back, Ms. Messner.
Thank you. Okay, on this task force, and, you know, I'm just so frustrated with who is speaking and why they speak. But that's for another day. So we don't need a task force. We hire you to listen to us. You are responsible. You're responsible for what the city manager does and the police and everyone else. There was nothing done after the mass shooting. I brought up the pictures, but I brought them up many times. I don't know why there haven't been protests, for the victim families. They weren't all white, and all lives matter. Okay. All right. So as far as the task force, there was funding for body cams in 2017, and you want 50 more cameras at the beach. Cameras don't stop anything. The cameras, you should be putting the cameras where the heavy crime is in neighborhoods, which Mr. Rouse is aware of, and I would hope that he would be in favor of having, cameras and playgrounds and things like that in the crime neighborhoods, and instead of everything at the oceanfront. And y'all are funded by the oceanfront directly and indirectly. So all this to protect the oceanfront. Air police, they need to be in all neighborhoods. And I'm just opposed to this. Like I said, I'm almost speechless with what y'all do and what's on the agenda for tomorrow and the next day. How many people read it and come here or even think that their voices will be heard? Thank you.
The next speaker is Gary McCollum. After Mr. McCollum is Susan Hippen.
Welcome.
My brothers and sisters, in 2015, Virginia Beach police officers killed a couple in their car while their 4-month-old son sat in the car seat. 67 months later, and citizens still don't have answers. In 2016, African-American leaders presented 23 specific action steps to the city on how to improve community policing. 54 months later, and citizens still don't know why most of our recommendations were ignored. In December of last year, a black father sat in the Lynn Haven Mall food court eating with his family when he was accosted and handcuffed by Virginia Beach police, who erroneously profiled him. Still, we, the citizens, have no answers. On March 26, Donovan Lynch, a cousin of Pharrell Williams, was fatally shot by police at the oceanfront. Citizens have not been updated on the investigation, and we still don't have the identity of the officers involved. Many believe a false narrative was created without evidence, that Donovan was brandishing a weapon prior to the shooting. Donovan was killed by police, and we are to sit quietly while the media now kill his character? Not this time. Donovan was killed 25 days ago, and still the citizens have no answers. In 2016, we told this body, create a racially diverse citizens review board. Ensure the board had access to all info, body cam, dash cam, security cameras. Ensure the board could recommend various actions to include termination of officers. Implement a body camera policy that outlined mandatory wearing and punishment for policy violations. And lastly, to end all support and participation in Blue Lives Matter activities, because this is a dog whistle for we are against Black Lives Matter. I was insulted when the vice mayor of this body wore a Blue Lives Matter mask to a council meeting. Are we that tone deaf, Mr. Wood, not to know how divisive that was? Can you not hear the anguish and frustration that created? Even Dr. King, who was an ardent believer in nonviolent protests, had to admit that, I quote, "The riot is the language of the unheard." Our police officers, who are blue 40-plus hours a week, but we are black 24 hours a day, 168 hours a week, 365 days a year, and Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter are not equivalent. And your action was hurtful, and I think you owe this city an apology. Let me close. Congressman Bobby Scott and others have called for a federal investigation into Donovan's killing, and I agree with them. But long term, Washington can't fix this problem. We must fix it locally. We, the citizens, must get answers that have gone unanswered for far too long. You and the police work for us. You took an oath to serve us. We, the citizens, must take immediate steps to restore trust in our police. That begins with the creation of a Citizens Review Board with full investigatory and subpoena power. Therefore, I strongly recommend that you approve this resolution now to create a CRB task force to begin providing answers to the citizens of Virginia Beach.
Thank you.
No more stalling. The time is now. The world
Thank
is
you,
watching.
sir.
The next speaker is Susan Hippen, and after Ms. Hippen is Catherine Loring.
Whatever the time is, would you please give me a 30-second wave?
Well,
I'd appreciate that.
okay, I just don't want to interrupt you, or,
That's okay.
okay.
I'm a retired Master Chief.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Two things
Okay.
at once. Why have a fully functioning CRB board and funded? One with subpoena and witness compulsion power, who publishes minutes to the public. Our most recent example is Donovan Lynch. The public doesn't know the identity of the officer. Public statements by the city and police tell us that no video exists of the incident. No city cameras, no axe and body cams. We get clear images from the surface of Mars, and we can't get a picture at the ocean front? Okay? The public was also told that our axe and body cameras do not operate with the current holsters, yet no resolution has been brought up about that. Yet the world has seen axe and body camera footage from Windsor, Virginia, Chicago, and Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. Their mayors have made speeches and told us what was going on. Has ours? Questions about Donovan's body being moved from the crime scene have gone unanswered. All we hear are crickets. This festers and implies a bias against brown skin and poor white people. Like it or not, this city council has aided that perception. I grew up in the inner city of Cleveland and North Philadelphia, in neighborhoods most of you wouldn't walk in. Unfortunately, police shootings are not foreign to me. I lived at my current address for the last 24 years, and I am distressed at the selective involvement of citizens in many Virginia Beach issues. The council makes it hard for us to come talk to you, and most of the time when we do, you don't listen to us. We have some problems in Virginia Beach. A lot of them include guns, legally purchased guns. I agree with Pharrell. We need to talk. This is not about politics. Every one of you was elected nonpartisan. Act like it. This is about people's lives. Please pass Councilmember Wooten's resolution to form a task force that will research and intelligently inform you on how to form a legitimate and fully functioning citizens review panel. We want a city that is here, that businesses and people will come to and stay in. We don't have that. That's what I want. Thank you. I urge you, the city is not just the ocean front. Mayor, you don't live that far from me. And the police don't come around my block that often, and I live in a very mixed neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is Catherine Loring, and after Ms. Loring is Angie Day.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Kate Loring, and I've lived in the Bay Cliff section of Virginia Beach since 1996. I'm here to support Councilmember Wooten's resolution to establish a citizens review panel task force. I know we all want a police department in Virginia Beach filled with the good apples, those dedicated and thoughtful officers who come to work every day wanting to make our city a safer place while potentially facing personal danger themselves. When my college student daughter was first stalked and then shot to death in 2006, I had the good fortune to meet and be helped by some of those good apples, and I deeply appreciate them. I know we hope that all our citizens will feel reassured and protected by police presence, as I did then. We'll feel that police are trustworthy. To achieve that, we hope that our police will always show good judgment, make good decisions, behave honorably, and enforce the law fairly. But if there are questions or problems regarding the judgment, decision-making, or behavior of an officer, that erodes this perception of trustworthiness. And I think we're at a critical point now in our nation as more and more instances come to light of deadly actions by police, especially ones where racial bias seems obvious. In fact, if I were black or had a black child or spouse or loved one right now, I would be simultaneously terrified, enraged, and exhausted all the time. And I would be very wary of the police. We're at a critical point in our city, too, as conflicting information swirls about the recent shooting of Donovan Lynch by police, and as increasing gun violence threatens us all and stresses our police. How do we get through these and other situations of potential police misconduct successfully and with integrity? We get through it together. Law enforcement, city council, and the legal system have a role, but citizens also have a role. In fact, if citizens do not have a role, it will be very hard for them to trust outcomes. We get through it as a city, as a community, by working together, requiring accountability, and practicing transparency. This is why, going forward, a functioning and empowered citizens review panel is essential. The most productive way to go about creating such a panel would be to pass the resolution before you. Working independently, thoughtfully, privately, and quickly, a special task force is the most effective way to propose guidelines for a citizens review panel to do its work. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Angie Day. After Ms. Day is Pastor Terrence Williams.
Good evening.
George Floyd, Eric Garner, Pamela Turner, Tatiana Jefferson, Freddie Gray, Sandra Bland, Tamir Rice, Dante Wright, Demario Joyner, India Kager, Xavier Hill, and now Donovan Lynch. All over this country, there is a need for transparency and accountability from the police. In the state of Virginia, in the city of Virginia Beach, there is a need for transparency and accountability from the police. I am here today because I believe that a citizens review panel would be a step in the right direction. Last summer, when activists rallied for a review board, there was so much pushback. Apparently, there's been pushback since 2015. Now look at what has happened. An innocent black man killed on the same streets we marched on, murdered by the same police officers that assaulted protesters and have continued to do the same. The Citizens Review Board must be independent from law enforcement in order to remove biases. Oftentimes, the racial gaps within the department can lead to bias during the investigations. Having a diverse panel of people would change some of that. These people would be directly from within the community, and this system would give the people a more democratic control. We need outside legal counsel. We cannot expect officers to continue to investigate themselves. We need more equitable policing. In order to do that, we must turn the needle and implement change. The Community Review Board needs to be able to investigate police violence, including smaller violations. Small acts of misconduct have the ability to lead to larger ones. By giving the Community Review Board oversight, they may be able to prevent later acts of police violence. In order to have meaningful oversight, the board must have subpoena power. This would compel witnesses to testify and would allow access to documents critical to these cases. This would help combat obstruction, which we're seeing now, and assure that all files are considered. The people deserve transparency. The Virginia Beach community pays these officers to do a job that they have a very difficult time doing. Allowing the Community Review Board to share information to the public about police behavior would help with the community trust that has been broken. Where there's people, there is power, and it's time to give the power back to the people. I strongly urge the city of Virginia Beach to lead by example and implement a Citizens Review Board. If there are any questions as to where to get these funds from, please review to the $104 million Virginia Beach Police Department budget. I ask that you specifically focus on the budget for body cameras that are not properly used. Justice for Donovan Lynch, justice for DeShayla Harris, justice for Xavier Hill, justice for India Kager, justice for Black Lives. Thank you.
The next speaker is Pastor Terrence Williams. After Pastor Williams is Vincent Smith.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Welcome.
2 years ago, the cousin of Donovan Lynch, Pharrell Williams, brought something in the water to Virginia Beach. Today I say to the mayor and to city council that there's still something in the water. And there's a bad stench, a very bad smell in the water. There's a distrust of both city council and the Virginia Beach Police Department. And this is why a Citizens Review Board is so important to bridge the gap over the troubled waters that we are now facing in Virginia Beach. The time is now to do the right thing. This city has too many black eyes, and it's time to stop placing makeup over the bruises. It's time to stop sweeping things under the rug and do the right thing. The Citizens Review Board will be a solution to the problem that we now face, and as the saying goes, if you are not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. One of the main reasons that there were guilty verdicts on all 3 charges in Minneapolis today is because of the peaceful protests all across America and the world. We will continue to lift up our voices here in Virginia Beach. We want justice for India Kager. We want justice for Donovan Lynch. We want justice for DeShayla Harris. Virginia Beach, the world is watching, but not only is the world watching, God is watching too. Where there is no justice, there will be no peace. No justice, no peace. It's time to do the right thing, Virginia Beach. It's time to look yourself in the mirror and say, yes, we've been wrong about this. Yes, we've been wrong about that, but we want to do the right thing. The time is now. Mayor Dyer, I've sat down with you before and talked to you. You want to do things. You have to do things. You will do things, or we're going to get you up out of that seat. The same thing with the other council members. We voted you in, and we can vote you out. It's time to do the right thing. No justice, no peace.
The next speaker is Vincent Smith, and after Mr. Smith is Carl Wright.
Good evening.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. I just first want to start off by saying you can all call me Vinny. You don't have to call me Mr. Smith. We're here tonight all talking about checks and balances. The government has different layers of checks and balances. We learned about it in high school, and that's what we're talking about here. We're discussing adding another layer of checks and balances. I don't feel it's needed. The police force has its own levels of checks and balances. They have their own levels of discipline and supervision and training. They already have a review board. If the issue isn't resolved within that level of procedures, they have access to the judiciary. Many folks here tonight are going to talk to you about the Chauvin verdict, and they're going to say, well, that's exactly evidence why we need a citizens review panel. I tell you, it's exactly why you don't. They don't have a citizens review panel. A citizens review panel was not involved in those decisions. It was not involved in that adjudication. So that to argue that that's a reason to form a citizens review panel doesn't have any logic behind it. I'd also like to point out that Chief Newdigate stood here just a couple weeks ago after the shooting at the beach involving Donovan Lynch, and he talked about checks and balances, even though we didn't really notice it. He talked about the fact that because of the public outcry, the investigation was handed over to the state police, which is why we don't have updates, because the state police is not going to provide that. He also talked about the city auditor had already begun an investigation 4 or 5 months before the shooting even happened. The checks and balances had already started before the event ever happened. The processes already exist. Citizens shouldn't be granted subpoena powers over other citizens or over police. That's reserved for the judicial process and by award of the governor. Now, I don't think anybody in this room trusts the governor to hand down that kind of power. I'm sorry, did you want
Now,
to?
please, in gallery, can we please be civil and respect each other? We'll respect you when you're up here, too. Thank you, I appreciate that.
And the idea that a group of citizens should be granted discipline powers over an officer or over other citizens just bypasses the existing supervisory and discipline chains that exist within the police department and within the judiciary processes. So that for all these reasons, I encourage you to vote nay on the formation of the task force, and if it comes to the actual formation or vote for the formation of a panel, I would request you vote nay on that also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Carl Wright. After Mr. Wright is Veronica Coleman.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I'm here again speaking before you about the Citizen Review Board. It's time to do the right thing. And I want to say that I've heard a lot of folks, good folks in this city come up and speak. And Bobby, we need leadership in this city. You wanted the mayor seat, you've got it. We need leadership. If we wanted Jim Wood to be mayor, we would have voted him in. You know, and I know Jim Wood is not supporting the Citizen Review Board. We need one. We've been here before. We're back and forth. I've never seen so many people so mean-spirited and hard-hearted about something that they know is so passionate to a community. And you continue to do the pushback. I want to commend Ms. Wooten. I know it's a hard job. You guys got to stop. Don't let them bully you. They will do it. Michael Bellucci is our temporary representative. I want to thank those that have voted with you, Ms. Wooten, to do the right thing. And I know some of the hard hearts of some of the others up there, but they have to do the right thing. You're going to do the right thing. Mr. Mayor, you wanted the mayorship? Then lead in the right direction. If you want to give the authority to Mr. Wood, then give it to him. But we're not going anywhere. We want this CRB. It's for the whole city, not just for a few. And I thought, and Jim, it was really disrespectful what you did last week. First of all, you wore the Blue Lives Matter. We know exactly what you were saying. Then you put up and come up and say, well, we want to reward the police with a raise. This man been working. I see these people here. You didn't recognize them. We've got other citizen departments in this city. Why did you recognize only the police department? Because you were sending a message. And people are watching you. You were sending a message. You didn't ask about the Public Works Department, the Utilities Department. You sent a message that we're going to reward the police for what they're doing wrong. And that's wrong. And we're not going to stand for it. Because we voted for you all didn't vote for us. And as the man said earlier, you know what? When it comes around again, a lot of you all won't be up there. And that's not a threat, that's a promise. Believe me, John, this is not emotional. This is not what you call emotion. This is fact. We need to do the right thing, Mr. Mayor. You wanted to be mayor? You got it. Listen to the people. They're speaking. Don't listen to someone that's sitting beside you with a mean, cold heart. We listen to them all the time. It falls on deaf ears when you talk to some of these folks. They don't mean to do the right thing. You know it and I know it. Thank you all for those that voted the right way. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Veronica Coleman. And after Ms. Coleman is Cameron Burton.
Welcome, Dr. Coleman.
Good evening. I stand to voice my support for the establishment of a Citizens Review Panel Task Force to investigate the structure and the form of a civilian oversight board for the city of Virginia Beach. As you know, the current IRB was developed in 1991. I believe that it perhaps met the needs of our community at that time, but as you know, much has changed since 1991. 30 years ago, the top movie was Terminator 2 and Home Alone. The Soviet Union was being dissolved and the first Iraq War was won 30 years ago. But most importantly, a large percentage of the voters and the residents of Virginia Beach had not even been born. And while the IRB perhaps met the needs of our city 30 years ago, it does not meet the needs today. And while a few changes have been made, those changes do not adequately address the concerns of our community today. The Presidential Task Force of 21st Century Policing includes among its best practices that some type of civilian oversight is needed, that it is necessary and important in order to strengthen the trust with the community. Further, that every community should define the appropriate form of structure of civilian oversight that meets the needs of that community. This, according to the Presidential Task Force, should be done by input and collaboration from all stakeholders, and that's what a task force does. The National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, NACOLE, a nonprofit organization that works to enhance accountability and transparency in policing and to build community trust through civilian oversight, they also recommend that community stakeholders meet to develop the appropriate structure of the Civilian Oversight Board. NACOLE works with law enforcement and communities to ensure that policies and processes are in place to ensure transparency and institutional commitment to constitutional policing. They indicate that best practices are to bring together stakeholders to make policing more effective and more responsive to their community. It should include law enforcement, local government representatives, police unions, and members of the public, especially those who have historically faced disparate treatment by the police. People who are closest to the problem should be the ones who are closest to the solution. That group of stakeholders should recommend the model, with or without independent investigative authority, the ability to examine patterns in policing practices, the power and the authority of the board, and most importantly, the funding mechanism, the budgetary needs in order to meet the goals of that board. The goal of civilian oversight is not to police the police, but it is to engage stakeholders in a dialogue to do so.
Thank you very much, Dr. Coleman. Appreciate it.
The next speaker is Cameron Burton and then Jafari Jones. Bertrand. I apologize if I mispronounced your last name, sir.
Good evening.
This is Cameron Bertrand. I appreciate the apology, though. How y'all doing today? Can y'all hear me? Good? My name is Cameron Bertrand. I'm the CEO of Violence Intervention and Prevention, VIP, LLC. I'm also here on behalf as a family member and friend of Donovan Lynch. So what has brought us here today is something that we've seen ample time and opportunity for Virginia Beach to do anything, to build rapport, to actually show that they cared about the well-being of this family. So even as we sat at the funeral service, even as we sat there and had to listen to the pain that this family has had to endure, as we saw the tears roll down their eyes, I sat there and I wondered if there was anybody we might be able to call on, to reach out to advocate on the behalf of this family outside of myself. I looked around that room and I did see you there, Mr. Mayor, and I wanted to come here in person and let you know why I asked you to leave. Because it was very important for you to know that even if we had a civilian oversight board with subpoena power, that would have covered your butt. That would have made sure that you have some representation from people who look like myself, from people who look like Donovan Lynch, and you would have made situations, you would have made judgment based upon what the family and what the community has advocated to you. But instead, we have seen that political hegemony has allowed our legislators to create laws that advocate for them and only them because they don't protect us. We've seen that civilian oversight boards with subpoena power have opportunities to have made it into this city, and it's in the top tourist attraction that we have right here in Hampton Roads, but we haven't had the resources to make it happen yet. And I find that very hard to believe. And the Lynch family has done everything that you all should have done. They have created make sure they created this legal defense fund to make sure that we have things in place to advocate for our families, to make sure that we have a system that we have trauma-informed, evidence-based, outcome-driven solutions that should be allocated to the forefront of our communities, that should be prioritized. So when we say defund the police and refund the community, that's exactly what we mean. When we say that we need this funding to go to the people that are impacted the most, that's exactly what we need, because we are doing the work. We're here in the grassroots. We're here trying to make sure that that advocacy is there, and you guys are doing everything in your power to stop that. Atlanta, we traveled down there as a team with our organization to get information on how to get this here because we didn't have a blueprint right here. If you guys need a blueprint for that, we can give you the resources and information. But the people right here in Virginia, we're ready to do the work. We're not asking y'all to do anything that we're not capable of doing ourselves. So this is very clear that this demand is something that we should have had. And Donovan Lynch should still be here. And the resources that we need to advocate in our rooms, in our spaces, we don't have, and that has to change. Each and every one of you in this seat has to do what you can and what you must to change this. It's an absolute need because our families deserve better and our families cannot
Thank
deal
you
without
very much.
justice.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jafari Jones, and after Mr. Jones is Andrew Jackson.
Virginia Beach City Council. Here we are again. Let's not stand on ceremony here. Bobby, kicked out of a funeral. I told you to leave as well. My brother Cameron backed me up. You got kicked out of a whole funeral. We on public record today, right? Okay. Jim, Blue Lives Matter mask, vice mayor. Over there real nonchalant, it's cool. Now that we have received justice for George Floyd, it's all eyes on Virginia Beach. Donovan Lynch was murdered by a Virginia Beach police officer. Donovan Lynch's friend was shot in the hand by a Virginia Beach Police Department, and y'all still haven't even begun to speak on that. Here we are 3 weeks and 3 days later, and y'all haven't even uttered that. So was his body camera not on as well? There's 2 police-involved shootings. Do we have 2 officers who didn't activate their body camera that night? And y'all up here chilling. B.A.B. Bitch-ass Bobby. It's 3 days and 3 weeks later, and you still haven't named either of these officers. Are these officers still on the streets, able to shoot another citizen? That's a concern. Any other murderer, everybody else is shot that night is behind bars or facing judgment. We don't even know these cats' names. So we have to put the stuff out ourselves. 15 years ago, 17-year-old Demario Joyner was murdered by Virginia Beach Police Department, shot in the back of the head. The police department had to use police dogs to find Demario's body. Let me rewind that. This guy was a threat. 17-year-old, shot in the back of the head. The police had to use a police dog to find his body because he was not in the vicinity. But he was a threat. And we had to fight tooth and nail. Thank you, Sabrina Wooten, for helping us reopen this case. B.A.B. Bitch-ass Bobby. In 2015, India Kager, a Navy veteran, was ambushed and murdered by a Virginia Beach SWAT team with her child in the back seat. Matthew Russian was over-sentenced in the Virginia Beach judicial system for a non-fatal car accident, and he's autistic, Autism Appreciation Month. The government had to release him due to your oversight. See what happens when you have oversight? Bitch-ass Bobby. Coleman Sample was murdered by the Virginia State Police in the city of Virginia Beach, and they refused to turn over dash cam footage, and they are not required to wear a body cam, so why would we turn the investigation over to them? Still not making no sense. We got solutions for you. Open the door. Last summer, peaceful protesters were terrorized by Virginia Beach Police Department, tear gas, and y'all had tanks. I was violently arrested by the same officer who murdered Donovan Lynch. I was stalked into a dark shell station by the same officer who murdered Donovan Lynch and was denied a FOIA request since September. I'm speaking real facts to y'all.
Thank you very much.
I had a campaign taken out against me, dealing some of my...
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Andrew Jackson. After Mr. Jackson is
Thank you very much.
Brackenridge.
Good evening.
Good evening. I am Andrew Jackson, as you know, and I am in support of a task force to look at oversight. Some of you on council know that I have written an oversight plan. Over the last year and some months, I went and investigated, asked questions, looked up, visited over 100 cities in this country. Over 100. And everything that needs to be in that plan is in that plan. And you can't sit on it, because if you're going to get that plan, there's at least 3 months to 4 months of training for those folks that sit on that board. You can't just run out there and grab somebody, sit on the board, and build your resume. That's not what it's about. It's to look at what's going on in the city and to build a bridge. It's not to fight anybody, it's to build a bridge. That bridge has got to have the police and the citizens on there so they begin to talk to each other. It's called community policing. I've talked about that before, when somebody thought I was going behind and recruiting people. What I was doing is looking at what diverse people could sit on that board, because they will have to put their biases aside and do what they need to do. I've got the plan. You just need to be able to ask me to see it, because some of the members know I have it. Over a year's work. I've been to the Justice Department, South Law Group, Southern Law Group. I've been to all those groups. I have a bar association that is willing to come in and do training as community service. That's in place. So there's no need to delay. We can start a task force and have this thing done. All these things you're complaining about, null and void. Our city manager, our chief police, come from Cincinnati. They have a plan. They have a subpoena power. You know how many times they've had to use that in 2 years, in 20 years? Twice. It's a tool. It's a legal tool to gain information to do an investigation. It's not some big monster in the sky. It's necessary. And if anybody wants to debate me on it, I'm fine. We can debate on it. I've looked at it all. Over a year, many a night, many a morning, 2, 3 o'clock, reading stuff, pulling down stuff, looking at information, getting on the phone with people, driving down to Florida. Don't say whoever that person was said Minnesota doesn't have one.
Thank you very much.
They have one.
The next speaker is LaToya Breckenridge. And after Ms. Breckenridge is Jessica Owens, and then we'll move to the WebEx speakers.
Good evening.
Good evening. I stand in support of this resolution to establish a Citizens Review Panel Task Force. The force composition needs to be fully qualified and equipped to provide real data to the queries outlined in the resolution. Supporting this resolution would be a step in the right direction to improve transparency and accountability, both amongst the Virginia Beach Police and the city as a whole. My presence here today was inspired by the tragic killing of Donovan Lynch, and it is absurd that we are still waiting for information in the largest city of this state. Recent investigation statistics on Virginia Beach Police's website also indicate the need for this Citizens Review Panel and Task Force. In 2020, the IAB helped facilitate a total of 248 investigations, including citizen complaints, internal investigations, and inquiries. These matters resulted in 297 rule violations of misconduct. Of those violations, 183 were sustained, indicating there was sufficient evidence to prove the accused employee violated a department rule, order, or city policy. These are your statistics on matters that were investigated by the very people that we employ to keep us safe. We do not feel safe here, and if for no other reason than that alone, you should also support the establishment of the Citizen Review Panel and to start that process, having this task force. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jessica Owens. Then after Ms. Owens, we're going to move to the WebEx speakers, and the first speaker will be Dr. Theron Williams.
Welcome.
Thank you. All right, thank you. My name is Jessica Owens, and I've never come to speak before City Council before, because despite the fact that I'm serving as the Rose Hall District School Board member for our schools, I've never been what people would consider politically active. I'm a child welfare advocate. That's where my heart is, my passion, and my action has always been. And that's what led me to my current seat on the school board. But today, I come before you not as a fellow elected official, but as a parent, a concerned constituent, and a lifelong resident, and a child welfare advocate. My understanding is that the need to review the citizen or civilian review panel has been a request for some time now. The recent events in our country and in our own city has made the resolution even more timely. The fact of the matter is, there are trust issues between the minority communities in our city and the local law enforcement. And there are similar trust issues between those communities and our local elected officials. I'm not here to convince you of the validity of those concerns, but please know that is a conversation that I could share my personal experiences as a Black mother, the first, the second, the third time my son told me about having to exit his vehicle for routine, non-ticketed offenses in our city. But what I want to talk about for a moment are actually the amazing detectives, sergeants, and uniformed patrol officers who I've personally worked alongside as a CPS investigator for our city, and later as a certified child forensic interviewer at CHKD Child Abuse Program. Those dedicated professionals deserve to have a city leadership that recognizes the need to build back the community trust. The actions of the few reflect broadly on the whole, and that lack of trust impacts child victims' willingness to seek out police interventions when needed. A transparent and effective civilian citizen review panel made up of knowledgeable and diverse professionals is the first step. This proposed resolution is simply asking for the task force to be allowed to be convened to review the need and report back about how the review panel can be most effective, because currently the panel has no authority for comprehensive review. You have the power this evening to tell parents and citizens that you hear them. You hear their fears and their grievances and are actively working to build the transparency or to shut it down. Families across our city watched the trial verdict this evening, and now they're watching you. Now's the time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We'll go to the WebEx speakers now. Dr. Theron Williams, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, you may begin your comments. Thank you.
I'm speaking in support of both a resolution establishing a citizens review panel task force, close quotes. Its purpose to study 5 topics and report back to council no later than June 1st, 2021. Whereas City Council would establish a 7-member task force to serve in an advisory capacity. In my view, this is a minimal, no harm resolution to address issues that has great possibilities for improving public trust and confidence in our Virginia Beach police, from the aggrieved community, from the Black and brown community. Now, in 1989, when there was the Greek Fest uprising, what followed that was a resolution R-91-02011, August 27th, 1991, that was a resolution authorizing the city manager to implement the recommendations of the city manager's task or special task force for the purpose of establishing the existing IRP. There comes a time when we reach these inflection points that everything that a municipality is doing, it must have a city council that's willing to look at the prevailing winds in the community, hear from all sides of the community, and be able to make the kind of rulings that's going to cause our city here in Virginia Beach to be what we all would hope for it to be, the best city in America. I think we have come to a false narrative that if you are pro-Black, then you are against the police. Well, I'm an African American.
The next speaker is Patricia Godzinski, and after Ms. Godzinski is Vic Nichols.
Three grown children who are products of our great schools and a volunteer advocate for gun safety in our city with Moms Demand Action. Each time I speak, I find it necessary to counter the false narrative that we as advocates for gun safety legislation don't respect the Second Amendment or our law enforcement, or that we are trying to take guns from law-abiding citizens of our city. Every time I speak, I'm reminded that our efforts to engage in dialogue about sensible gun violence prevention efforts are met with the knee-jerk reaction that we are enemies. This is never going to solve our problem. After speaking at the open remarks session on the 6th and hearing citizens pleas to do something, I ask that you take the very first step in breaching the divide between citizens and law enforcement in our city by adopting the resolution by Councilwoman Wooten for a task force to explore and establish an independent citizens review panel. This effort will ensure that all citizens of our city have representation at the table, that they have a voice in our city, and that with the transparency of this panel, you can build trust with these most impacted, that there are checks and balances on our city's actions in law enforcement. We at Moms Demand Action have made our priority the support and elevation of community gun violence interruption. We honor those who do the work in their neighborhoods, schools, and places of worship to expand their outreach, to work with the city and our leadership to find a place where they are represented, heard, and valued for their experience and effective efforts to end violence and uplift their communities. We ask you to do the same. Invite them to your table, listen to them, support them, and believe in these good people. Thank you, Councilwoman Wooten, for standing up again for all citizens and for your positive efforts to combat distrust and hate in our city. I urge the rest of the council to join Mrs. Wooten and vote to adopt this effort to help build a positive relationship between law enforcement and the citizens they serve. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Vic Nichols, and then the next speaker will be Conrad Schisventer.
Thank you, council members. I always believe in dialogue, but there should be qualifications like going through the Citizens Police Academy with attendance records and a balance of people, background, and views on the groups. Thank you.
The next speaker is Conrad Schisventer, and after Mr. Schisventer is Susan Lowsberg.
Rob Bracknell had a good point on this topic. While Virginia Beach leads the 7 cities in terms of civilian oversight, the IRP's powers and authority are woefully inadequate to the task. as though the IRP was designed as a token gesture with no real power to hold the police department accountable. And I agree. In all matters of such importance, I don't like saying "I told you so." I mean, I appreciate being right on an issue, but I want you guys to be right. I want Virginia Beach City Council to be right. In early March, when given the opportunity to turn towards improving our investigative review panel and making it a body the citizenry can feel respectful toward and embrace, City Council went 6-5 against. This slow-moving council body is often frustrating. It's so slow, so deliberately inactive that the oceanfront shooting involving Virginia Beach police seemed spitefully quick, and police cameras were not activated, and a soon-to-be lifeless body shot by police was moved. The very type of situation a civilian review panel is supposed to investigate occurred after Virginia Beach decided not to create one. It's not the first moment worth investigating the police either. India Cager rings the bell. Coleman Sample rings the bell. The protests last year had violent responses from Virginia Beach police. It's been staring us in the face locally. We never needed something like George Floyd or Philando Castile or Tamir Rice to push us to creating a CRB because our own force gave us reasons to look deeper. Councilwoman Wooten's words, the investigative Vittori and subpoena powers would at least give the IRP some authority to investigate, to call witnesses, whether it be police officers or other people involved in a matter that would give them some type of authority and accountability, are wise, but they're not unattainable. Show respect to the efforts of Councilwoman Wooten and show respect to the names like Donovan Lynch. Start this task force and quickly give the city accountability. Thank you.
The next speaker is Susan Losberg, and after Ms. Losberg is Jay Boone.
Good evening. I am a resident of Virginia Beach and an advocate for reducing gun violence in our city with Moms Demand Action. I believe anyone who was present at the April 6th City Council meeting was, or should have been, very moved by the voices we heard from people of color who spoke and pleaded and demanded from you, City Council, for your help, for transparency, and for accountability. Police do critical work each day to protect our community, but there are incidences where a police officer may not do the right thing, either intentionally or unintentionally. A single incident of police violence can plant the seed for fear and community distrust of police, making it harder to prevent or solve violent crime, and in turn, making communities already fighting systemic and structural barriers more at risk for violence too. 95% of people killed by police are killed with guns. Every year, police in America shoot and kill more than 1,000 people. On an average day, police shoot and kill 3 people and injure 6 more. Black people are victims of police shootings at a disproportionate rate. They are nearly 3 times as likely to be shot and killed by police than white people. If there is a possibility the police have used excessive force, accountability is critical. In these cases, we need a disciplinary approach that includes both an internal affairs review and an external civilian board with independent authority to investigate complaints and make findings, empowered to issue subpoenas and make binding recommendations. We must have a reliable process for criminal investigations instead of depending upon local prosecutors who may have a real or perceived conflict of interest with police. Although in 1991, an investigation review panel was formed in the aftermath of the 1989 Greek Fest debacle, this review panel does not have the power to hold the police department accountable in any meaningful way. Now, thanks to new legislation passed in the Virginia General Assembly this winter, which goes into effect July 1st, localities are now given the authority to establish a law enforcement civilian oversight body with additional duties, including the ability to independently investigate complaints by civilians. I am here tonight to support and urge our City Council to adopt Council Member Sabrina Wooten's resolution to establish a Citizens Review Panel Task Force where stakeholders from our city can come together and make meaningful contributions and recommendations to provide transparency and accountability in our policing, which in turn raises the level of our policing, resulting in a better relationship between our community and our police force. The time is now. The world is watching. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jay Boone. Ms. Boone, if you'd pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Very rarely do we get the chance to do it over. This is Council's opportunity to look at the need for a fully functioning Citizens Review Panel task force. Hopefully, given what has happened at the oceanfront with the murders of Donovan Lynch and DeShayla Harris, you look upon this issue anew and vote yes for it. Since last year, we have marched, pleaded, cried, and written to Council to try to get some change. Our community needs it. Why is asking for police accountability such a divisive issue? If police officers are right in their actions and are following policy, then having a bipartisan panel would not hurt but help. By having one, the community can start to have faith that this council and the police department is finally putting real action behind their words. We need real action now. Not thoughts and prayers, but real action. Police Chief Newdigate has asked the council to approve a budget of over $106 million that he plans to put towards hiring and training new officers and getting more cameras at the oceanfront. If you have not set any standard for the officers to follow the policies laid out, then throwing money at it does nothing. Not to mention that the officers' training is also in question, so rushing that process seems like a step in the wrong direction. We offered the option as well to divvy up the workload of the police department with local organizations that already have the infrastructure and who would greatly benefit from a contract with the city. Doing that option would have made it so the PD only had to deal with emergency situations, meaning the officers could also always have their body cameras on while dealing with the public. But since we are doing none of that, we are asking you to do this, to do something to help us. And if this council votes no, then I plead with you to tell us what has to be done. What do we have to do? Just tell us so that we can do it and get the change we need. If you vote no, then you are setting the precedent and drawing the line. You are rewriting the contract that you have with the community to represent and to protect them. That holds major weight because I already fear for my life dealing with Virginia Beach PD. Voting no will confirm that I am right too. I leave asking, if council does not ask questions and pushing for accountability during a double homicide, then how should I feel in a traffic stop or home interaction? Justice for Donovan Lynch, justice for DeShayla Harris, Black Lives Matter today, tomorrow, always. Thank you.
Mayor, that's all the speakers.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Wooten, at this point.
I want to move to approve this item. Before I do, have some comments. You know, this resolution was actually submitted before the death of Donovan Lynch, DeShayla Harris, and all the people who were wounded at the oceanfront. I recall listening to the news and hearing what happened, and I remember thinking to myself, I'm hopeful that this resolution to start a task force will be received, that it will be helpful in establishing a citizens review panel that's effective. You know, I've listened to council members and I saw the need. There's a concern about how the citizens review panel would impact the police. There are questions about investigatory power, subpoena power. Now, even today we had that discussion, and there's still questions, there's still unanswered questions about those two areas. This particular task force looks at those areas that we're still unsure about. And it's important, it's vitally important that we get it right. This is one of the most important, pertinent pieces of legislation that we will address this year. And the task force is going to be helpful to aid us in constructing and developing that citizens review panel. The citizens review panel or the task force will, you know, it will also look at the purpose of a budget, because without a budget, putting something on paper is not going to help. It may pacify some people to say we have something, but with no budget, there's no seriousness behind the legislation. You cannot investigate anything. You cannot employ people to do research. These are all critical areas of a impactful and effective citizens review panel. The task force will also look at and identify what's the best model for the city of Virginia Beach. I asked that question last year. I still haven't received an answer. This task force will also look at other pertinent issues that may come up in development of a citizens review panel. So as I listen to my colleagues around the table and we discuss this issue from time to time, I think we need more dedicated time to do so. But I heard a concern. I heard concerns about the legislation. So for me, that said, we need some type of solution. That's why this resolution is before us today. It wasn't placed before anybody to make anyone upset and infuriate them or, make them feel challenged in any way. It's not about that, because it's not about you. It's not about us. It's about the citizens of Virginia Beach. And I want to thank the citizens of Virginia Beach for being here tonight to voice their opinion, to speak up, because this is about them. All citizens of Virginia Beach who are impacted by mistreatment or misconduct by the police. It's very important. And this piece of legislation is so important. I reached out to council members as is my normal duty to obtain feedback and consensus. And, I remember hearing that, some people have said, you know what? We've already decided. We've made a decision and already taken a vote against this legislation. It was very disheartening for me to hear that. So that's why, more importantly, I had to bring this resolution forward. And then my concern is, if you feel like, several members on this council, if you feel like there's no need for it and you've already made up your mind, I do plead with you. Listen to the citizens of Virginia Beach. This is what this resolution is about. It's not about me. It's not about us. It's about those citizens out there. It's about young people, those who are coming behind me, those who exist now. We have to get this legislation right. And this is going to be a tool for us to make sure we choose wisely. If we do not get this legislation right, we're going to certainly have issues in the future. We have an opportunity, and the opportunity doesn't come by twice or more than once, oftentimes. But there's always a warning that you get. You always get information on making the right decisions. And this task force will help us make the right decision. And I hope that we will make that right decision to at least make a step in the right direction. The task force was also a request for the mayor's African American Roundtable. This was their recommendation. They asked for it. And so when it wasn't brought forth, I wanted to make sure that some of those recommendations were carried out. And this was one, it's a small step, but it's what they asked for as well. And so that's why I submitted it. And again, I want to thank the public for coming out to speak in support of it, and even those who didn't support it. We have to hear your feedback as well. So those are my comments, but I would move to approve the resolution.
Do we have a second? All right, motion and a second. Open for discussion. Ms. Abbott and Mr. Moss.
Sorry, my mask always gets stuck on my face. Oh, my glasses, I mean. Well, I want to first say I think Councilwoman Wooten is correct. The mayor's African American Roundtable did make a recommendation for some form of task force to be made, and my comments are really more of a friendly request to Councilwoman Wooten if she would consider increasing the size of the task force from 7 to 11. And then one of the other things that I have heard from a lot of people in the community, in various communities, is a desire to really talk about this issue. And I think that in any process of good transparency and good government is that we are always doing what we can to talk to each other. So if you are if you are open to it, I would like that the task force also be a conduit for public outreach and to really facilitate the input from the public. I think that we desperately need to hear from everybody, and I really want to hear that. I want to know what people think, and I want to know their suggestions. And I have heard from many of the speakers today that they have ideas of what this board should or shouldn't look like. And I just think that that should be a bullet point. I think that a task force is, in almost every circumstance, a good idea. So I think that we have nothing to lose by doing it and everything to gain. So I don't, Ms. Wooten, I don't know if you're open to increasing the size of the task force just so we have an opportunity to get a lot of input on that board, but also if they could facilitate formal public outreach. And with COVID, I understand that that might be difficult, but perhaps we can have them administer some kind of online forum or potentially do outreach into different communities so that we get lots of feedback, so that when they make the recommendation, we have the feedback of the public as well.
Okay. Ms. Wooten?
Sure, I'm agreeable to that.
Okay. Mr. Moss?
I just have a question. If this resolution passes, does that mean we will be tabling any consideration of what to do with our current independent review panel in any other form that it takes place until the study is completed and the results are reported? Because it would seem to me that if it is adopted, we wouldn't be bringing forth any changes to what we have. It would be in a holding pattern until such time as and I'm just asking Ms. Wooten, is that her expectation that we would hold in abeyance any action on changing the current system until the results were reported?
No, and if that were so, I would have certainly stated it in the resolution, but no, that is not, that's not the reason for this task force.
Oh, I know it's not the reason. I realize that. What I'm asking is, since this is about what we want to be, and if we want to get that input and that result, it would seem like we wouldn't be taking action to do something before the results came back. That's what I'm not saying that that is related, but since it's all about what we are to have, would we be taking these other issues and holding them in abeyance until we got the results? So we would just be making one modification to the system that's now in place. That's what I'm really asking.
If I could ask Mr. Dehaney, the fact is that there has been action taken, in terms of some of the recommendations that you have made in terms of some of the things, maybe, would it be possible just for a quick summary of what's been going on?
Well, if I could just.
Yeah, sure.
What I'm wondering is the big issue contention on this, I don't say contention, but where there's a disagreement possibly, or at least some ambiguity, has been about investigative powers and subpoena powers. So let me narrow my focuses. That we would be postponing the council's voting and deciding the issue of investigation powers and subpoena powers until after the study had been concluded. Does that, are we still going to adjudicate that issue before the study is complete?
I mean, I think that's not, I don't see how this resolution would stop that conversation, because we can't do anything until July 1st anyway.
I'm not saying it'll stop the conversation. I just mean we wouldn't be taking a formal vote on whether to have investigative power or subpoena power until the task force work was complete. Or
Well,
why
we're
else
not
have a
gonna
task force?
officially
I'm
do
looking
that
to see
anyway.
how to get the yes, and I'm just trying to understand if we're doing that and we're waiting for that answer. I apologize. I thought I turned my phone off. But I think, because if I vote for the task force, then I don't want to be voting before the task force is done on the question of subpoena power or the question of investigation. I want to get the benefit of what comes up from the task force before I vote. That's what I was just trying to, what your expectations were. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's my understanding that we are not officially voting on, a panel or commission with subpoena power or investigatory power until we're able to do that until July 1st. So I don't think any other legislation can be approved in terms of determining a body with civilian investigatory power and subpoena power until July 1st. That's my understanding, and that's how I wrote the
So
the
you're
legislation.
anticipating the task force will complete their work prior to July the 1st?
Correct. In the resolution, it says the date they will come back with the information is June 1st.
But in the event they don't successfully conclude by that date, we wouldn't be acting until we got the report. I think that's what I hear you saying. Okay, I agree with that. But I would be surprised if they're done by the 1st of June.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bryant.
Yeah, Mr. Dehaney, we have been moving in some direction with doing certain items, with regard to what we're empowered to do now.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, as previously briefed, there are several actions that the city staff has taken that we previously briefed council on. Off the top of my head, I can't really recall what they are, but really there were things that were within the administrative purview.
Yes.
Within the authority that staff previously gave to the city manager when they passed the legislation in the past.
Yeah, maybe we can get a review of that and we'll get that out. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been listening intently to all of the comments and some of the comments that we had in our executive session and so forth. And I'm looking at this resolution here. And frankly, I think the intent of it is good. What concerns me is some of the wording in it that may be stumbling blocks for some members of council, and I'd just like to review some of it, if I may. For instance, if you look at the third paragraph in the resolution, it says, whereas last year the General Assembly approved a bill with an effective date of July 1, 2021, that authorizes the governing body of a locality to establish a law enforcement civilian oversight body, not review panel, citizen review panel, but oversight body with additional duties, etc. And then when you get down to line 24, item 2 there, the purpose and designation of the budget for then it says Citizens Review Panel. I suggest that should be oversight body because that's what the state legislation says. And when you get down to line 30 and 5, where item number 5, it says other pertinent topics regarding the development of a citizens review panel. It should say, instead of a citizen review panel, an oversight body, because that's what the legislation says. And then when you get down to 35, line 35, the Citizen Council establishes citizen review panel, which is hard for people to swallow, some people to swallow that wording, which should say a citizens oversight body task force. And then that the task force, then, as Mrs. Abbott suggested, on line 40, it says 7 members, and if we could change it to 11 members, that would be fine with me as far as I'm concerned. What I'm concerned about here is that we already have one body, and that's the Investigative Review Board. And it may be, as has been suggested, and I won't get into who it was because they can bring it up, they can bring it up themselves, but has been suggested that we might want to look at the Investigative Review Board as the body here, oversight body here, and to perform these whatever the task is here, or the task force to have look at whether or not the Investigative Review Board can perform these tasks. But I think, you know, I think at least my intent is to try to resolve this issue. And it just seems to me that we're getting hung up on the terminology here rather than what we should be trying to accomplish. And what we should be trying to accomplish is to come up with a solution to the issue that's before us, and that is whether or not we want a body, an oversight body, to be established, or do we want to change what the oversight body we already have, what their charge will be in the future. And so as the discussions that I'm aware of that we've had in the past is that we can do that. And so I'm not opposed to the task force. I just think that we should be clear that we're not necessarily changing the body that what the oversight body is, but we may be changing some of the charges that they have to perform in order to accomplish the task that's before us. And so that's kind of where I am, and I'd just like to read to you the changes that I've made in here and ask the council members whether or not they want to consider it. And that is that in the top of the resolution says a resolution establishing a citizens review panel. Instead of saying citizen review panel, say citizens oversight body, which conforms with the state code state law that was passed. And then on item starting on item 20, line 26, instead of saying the impact of a citizens review panel, call it oversight body, which the state code again said, that was the wording of the state code. And line 30, a citizens oversight body instead of a review panel. And then on line 35, again, establishing the Citizens Oversight Task Force, which is what they would be looking at, the oversight, whatever kind of oversight body would be preferable, whether it's the one that we already have in place with changes in their charge, and then the 11 members that Ms. Abbott, on line 40, the 11 members that Mrs. Abbott suggested, I'm fine with that. It just seems to me that we're sitting here arguing about something or not arguing, but having a difference of opinion about something that's not necessary for us to have, I guess is what I'm saying. And so that's my thoughts on it. And I, you know, if I guess what I would say to Mrs. Wooten is if she would be willing to change those wordings in her resolution, I would probably be willing to support it, because it leaves it open as to what the oversight body is going to be. Is it going to be a, quote, citizen review panel, or maybe it could be a modified version of what we already have, and that's the investigative review panel that we already have. So that's where I am.
Okay, Ms.
I just wanted to ask Louis a question. Are you, I'm a little confused. Are you suggesting that the current oversight panel be the ones looking into the changes?
No, what I'm suggesting is that that we form the task force, but the task force looks at the current IRP that we have and considers changing its charge to where it would make recommendations, look at whether or not to change the charge of the IRP to changing the wording to an oversight body, and also whatever responsibilities they would have once that is changed. I just think we're fighting on an issue here that we don't have to fight on. I just think that if we have the task force, we may end up with the same panel that we already have, but with different responsibilities.
Okay, Mr. Stiles.
I just want to, while you're having this discussion, and excuse me for intervening, but I just want to make sure that there's an understanding. The way the state law is written is somewhat ambiguous, but it can be read to say that if you create a citizen's a civilian oversight body within the meaning of that statute, that body automatically will have subpoena power. You can read it two different ways, but one way of reading it is if you create a civilian oversight panel or oversight body, that's the term you used in the language, as Mr. Jones rightly suggests, if that's what you're creating, that body would have subpoena power. Your current panel is created not under that statute, but under your charter powers and a general grant of authority to create boards and commissions. So if your goal is to leave yourself the ability to make a decision with respect to subpoena power, then the change that you're suggesting, Mr. Jones, might actually have the opposite effect. It's a policy decision. I just want you to be aware of the potential legal ramifications of making that change.
I guess my question to you, Mr. Stiles, is that the fact that the terminology oversight body would be in the ordinance or the resolution, does that mean that we have to abide by the rules of the state, state legislation, and give them subpoena power, or can we not give them subpoena power?
Again, the statute is drafted as not a model of clarity, but there is a reading of it that would say, if you create if this council chose, and it's this council's choice, if this council chose to create something under the purview of that statute, and what it authorized you to create is a civilian oversight body, if that's what you create, there is an argument that, as a matter of law, that body has the ability to issue subpoena.
I guess my question is the fact that for instance, if we were to decide, if the task force were to decide to recommend to continue with the investigative review panel that we have and enhance its abilities in some ways, not necessarily with subpoena power without, say, the permission of the council, would that be a violation of the state code?
I guess all I'm suggesting to you, sir, is that if you track the language of the code section in your creating ordinance, that implies that whatever comes out of that is going to, that you approve or proceed with, is the body that is authorized by that section, and therefore you create that additional concern. So,
Let me ask you another question now. Okay. What wording can we use where we don't get ourselves in that situation?
The wording that's in there.
You could choose almost any other words. I mean,
can you
any kind of
can you suggest a wording?
I guess you're asking for wording differently than the wording that was previously used, but also different than what's used in the legislation.
Mr. Mayor, could I?
Yeah,
Can I ask
okay,
a
hang
quick
on.
question?
Mr. Rouse had his hand up first. Would you defer to Mr. Tower?
Well, I'm not through yet.
Okay, yeah, but I think.
I want to get an answer from Mr.
Okay,
Stiles, and
hang on.
Mr. Tower can do his part.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have specific wording as I sit here, sir. You could call it, civilian review commission. You could call it almost anything. I just thought using the exact same three words that are used in the statute creates potentially a problem.
Okay, so that's your hang-up, is the wording of that wording, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, it's not a hang-up. I'm just advising you of the potential ramifications of using that wording.
Yeah. Okay, I'm fine now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jones. I just want to clarify, the language in the current resolution was either proposed by or vetted by your office. Is that true, Mr. Stiles?
It was drafted by my office at the request of the sponsoring
Drafted by
council
your,
member.
so the answer is Mr. Stiles is apparently content with the form that's there. It doesn't raise the issue that he raised with you in any event.
Yeah.
So when you asked him, what would you do? He's already said what he would do because he's already given Ms. Wooten this draft. That's all.
Okay, how do we make it clear in this resolution that we are not contemplating granting subpoena power to whatever you want to call this committee or commission or whatever it is without the permission of the city council?
Well, that would change the fundamental intent of the original draft from Ms. Wooten. You could just direct the changing of the wording, but as I understood what Ms. Wooten was asking us to draft, it was to allow the task force to determine whether or not subpoena power would be available and under what circumstances and terms. So, a substitute motion could be made, but it would fundamentally, I believe, well, I'll let Ms. Wooten speak to whether or not that would alter her intent.
All right.
I don't think that's the intent of the legislation. What the body is supposed to do is to inform us about investigatory power and subpoena power, not to invoke it, not to declare this is what we're going to have. It is a body that is advisory and provides recommendations and the education that we need to determine what investigatory power is, what subpoena power is, and in defining and determining those two areas, if that's needed for for the civilian review panel. And then they could certainly say, well, we don't think it is needed, but it is their decision. And I'm asking them to, or we would be asking them to define it and to determine what it is, so that we're clear on it as a body, and then we can make a educated decision on the overall legislation, which would be deciding whether we're going to do a citizens review panel or if we're going to revamp an IRP.
I guess, if I may, Sabrina, may I respond to you?
Sure, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. What I'm getting at, I guess, is that I think that this resolution, the way it is written, implies that the intent is to have subpoena power, unrestricted subpoena power. You understand? And I don't think that, I personally can't support having unrestricted subpoena power. But what I could support is what has been suggested by somebody else, and that is having subpoena power with the permission of the city council. You follow me? And I think that if we could, I don't think we can accomplish that tonight, but I do think that we can accomplish it. And I think if we were to ask the city attorney to work on trying to word something that would do that, then it's something that I could support. The way this is written tonight, I can't vote for it, but I don't want to have to vote against it either, because it implies that, that I'm not interested in trying to resolve the issue. And that's not the case, but I don't think this resolves the issue, is what I'm saying to you.
And I understand, well, I believe I understand what you're trying to convey, and that is not what this resolution is about. Determining subpoena power is a matter that will come up later on July 1st. This is not the matter we're discussing now. This is a task force that's investigating and providing recommendations.
I understand. What I'm asking you, would you be willing to defer this with the intent for the city attorney to try to draw something up that would make it more palatable, I guess?
If you're asking to put wording in there to bar subpoena power, I would say no, because that's not what the resolution is about. And I don't think the matter needs to be delayed any further. We are on a very specific time constraint. July 1st is quickly approaching, and I think time has been far spent, and we really need to, if we're going to get a task force, we should have done it a long time ago. But now that it's on our table and in front of us, the time is now. The time to act is now. There's a time limit running out. We need to address it now. And unfortunately, if you're asking to put in wording to bar subpoena power, that's not what this resolution is for. But thank you for your comments.
Okay. Mr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's quite a conversation. It's a good one. Sometimes I think we run in circles here. I'm not sure what other language better than the ones proposed that would help it be more palatable. I mean, I think either you support it or you do not. I think the hang up with subpoena power is, I think I fully need to understand unrestricted subpoena power. I'm not familiar with that term. It was my understanding from the city attorney that any type of subpoena powers have to go to the circuit court judge to be approved. So there's no malicious, there can't be any malicious type of subpoena anyone you want. A circuit judge will have to approve of that. And the recommendation to have council step in front of that just is kind of backwards. I think we have the utmost support in the judges within our court system to either approve or deny a subpoena coming from a CRP. So this whole thing and concept or fear with subpoena power is misplaced. If the CRP wanted to subpoena anybody, whether they were city staff or not, it still has to go to a circuit court judge to be approved. And that circuit court judge is either going to approve it or deny it. So that's facts. That's not an opinion. I don't want us to get lost running in circles. I think we're at a point where, as Ms. Wooten stated, this is just a task force. And to Council Member Moss's point, I believe we want to take any actions on the current IRP until the task force comes back with recommendations that best suits the city of Virginia Beach. Now, that task force could say subpoena powers is in our best interest or it's not. We don't know, but that will come from members of our community. I think Councilwoman Abbott has a great recommendation to expand it to 11 members. As we heard from Dr. Veronica Coleman, that best suits local law enforcement, the local unions, as well as communities that are very close to the issues of which we're trying to find solutions. And so that task force will do very, very important work. I don't know if June 1st, if that's the deadline, they're going to be able to get that work done by June 1st, but I'm amenable to seeing to open it at to maybe June or July, just give them more time. Who knows? But again, this is just a task force that's going to bring us best practices and the best fit solution for the city of Virginia Beach. And so with that motion, I second. I don't know if we have amendments on the floor. That's your job, Mr. Mayor. No. But I support the measure. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can make a comment that, hopefully you'll, just hopefully clarify some loose ends. First of all, a couple comments that the recommendation of the Mayor's African American Task Force, there were a number of those individuals that did make recommendations, but as mayor, sometimes you hear both sides. It wasn't a consensus. There were members of the African American Roundtable that were adamantly against it. And I think part of the problem was, and I think Mr. Bellucci highlighted it, if you talk to the police department, they haven't been contacted yet, and there is a lot of strong pushback from them on this right now. Now, the point is, we realize that transparency is paramount in our city, and the fact that out of Richmond we've had actions to defund the police, take away the sovereign immunity. I know it got pushed back, but it'll probably be back again. The police also, it's a misdemeanor to assault them right now, and they're kind of under a national assault right now. And I brought forward that the sensitivity of bringing this forward, with the subpoena power and investigative power at a time when we're looking to fund the police and where we're looking to find methods for recruitment and retention. It's the message that I've seen. And if I could just, make a point here, and this comes from President Obama's President's Task Force on 21st Policing. Part of the process of assessing the need and desire for new or additional civilian oversight should include input from and collaboration within police employees, because the people to be overseen should be part of the process that will oversee them. And the point, though, is that if we can move forward to bolster the mission of the current IRP, now, some people will say, well, it doesn't have teeth. It depends on how we do it. Now, a recommendation I did get from some of the members of the African American Roundtable was in terms of the composition of, of the body, and, that we would appoint. And a couple of things they recommended: representative, somebody with expertise in criminal law, representation from citizens most affected by excessive use of force by police, representation from the Human Rights Commission, represent them from the LGBT community, representation from law support. I'm not sure under the current thing that might be permissible, but we can work on that. Representation from the business community, but obviously enhancing the size of the current system we got now. And give them more powers in conjunction of what we have been doing, in conjunction with more oversight by the city manager's office, and making sure that all the complaints are taken care of and improving those processes. And, and I commend Ms. Wooten for, doing this, but the point is, by appointing a commission, and if we're going to be appointing our own people, a lot of times the people we appoint are of like mind. And I really think the issue that we have to resolve as a body before moving forward is the issue of subpoena power and investigative power, and the law of unintended consequences, and how that's going to perhaps adversely affect our police department. So, but once again, these are some of my things right now. I think we have to make the decisions. I don't think we need a task force to do it. Yeah, okay.
Mayor, and you could call on him, but I want, there are 2 points of clarification that I want to make sure. You brought it up, so I want to clarify it. Yeah, I can do it now, or you can let him speak.
Okay, you can do it.
So you mentioned that some information about the African American Roundtable in regards to this particular recommendation. I've been at every meeting, and I was just at the meeting recently, and in talking to them and letting them know that this legislation was coming forward, they all agreed. This is what they asked for. That's what they.
Not everyone, Ms. Wooten.
Well, those who attended, and the majority asked for it. That's what they asked for, and I haven't heard one of them say they didn't want it. Not one.
Well,
so the second point.
Yeah, it's a personnel thing. I can give you some names, but the other
I
thing,
like to have them.
Okay, but let
and
me.
I can ask them
okay,
directly,
okay.
and I'm not finished.
You can ask directly.
But I'm not finished, though.
Okay.
I have another point.
Okay, go right ahead.
So that's point one. I've been to every meeting just like you, and I've listened to the body just like you, and they did ask for it, and the majority asked for it. The second point is the correspondence that you're referring to and the recommendations of who is a part of that body, that is for the resolution that I'm bringing forward from Dr. Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Daniels, those are his recommendations for this task force, not the IRP. That's not, so that's a point of clarification. I have the same information that you have, and that's not what that says. That is for this resolution, not the IRP. So I just want to make those 2 points of clarification so we're not getting things confused here.
But please understand
not
also that the African American Roundtable is an advisory board, not a policy board. And, they advise, but once again, a part of my job as mayor, I get multiple inputs, and this is a controversial thing. There's no question about it, but I think what we have to do what's right. Ultimately, we have to address the problem. And the point is, with this type of subpoena power and everything, even with our current unfortunate situation, this is under with the state police right now, and it's also with the Commonwealth Attorney. So the point is about what this board can and can't do. Once again, still remains to be seen. Yeah, Mr. Rouse.
Mr. Mayor, I'm finding it hard to believe what's controversial about a task force. This is just a task force and something that we are looking to seeking input from our community. We have heard from African American community leaders from your roundtable and members of the public, and the people are telling us they feel unsafe. unwanted, and undervalued in our city, specifically African Americans. So are we to take our time addressing their concerns, or are we only to engage the African American community when it best suits the city? I'm not finished, Mr. Mayor.
okay.
I'm not finished, please. Task force. It's time that we serve the public, the entire public, with action. You can call them bold if you like, but we can't sit idly by and toss concerns of any segment of our community to the wind. If we are to be VB strong, and strong I know that we can be, then we must move on one accord, united, in the fight for dignity, for justice, for liberty. We're just listening to members tell us they feel unsafe. We're just talking about a task force. We're not even talking about giving them subpoena powers as of now. That's a later vote, which you can vote no or however you feel on that way. But we're talking about a task force, just a task force to look at the situation, to listen to the concerns of the African American community and minority community within our city. That's it. I don't know why we're making this so hard. Like Lauryn Hill said, look, it could all be so simple, but you'd rather make it hard. This should be a no-brainer for us. It's just a task force. I mean, I don't want to keep going on and on because I want to hear from the rest of the council members, but we're not there yet. We're having a premature conversation, and we haven't even begun to gather the information and all the facts on what a best suited CRP would be and mean for the city of Virginia Beach.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Henley?
Well, we're not under any kind of time constraint. There is no time limit. July 1st is just the very first time that we could do this. It doesn't say we have to do it by July 1st. There's no need to rush into this. I think we really need, and I know you're going to say we're not rushing. We need to take this step by step and to be very deliberate about what we need to do. And I think that's the important thing. This body is the body that is responsible. We are the people who are responsible to the voters. And as our system is set up, we are responsible for the police department. If the police department is acting in a fashion that they should not, we look to the city manager, who then looks to the police chief. But we are the ones who are responsible ultimately. And we can't give it to some task force to do. It's our job. And I don't think we have taken the time to be very deliberate about what it is we're looking at this particular time. We did spend several sessions last fall on the investigation review panel. We did have the report. We had their annual report. We made some initial changes. The city manager made some changes. We really haven't had time to see how those changes have worked out because they just went into effect January 1st. We need to know what's going on now. And I think, yes, we need to listen. We've heard there are issues, but we need to be very deliberate. And I think this particular resolution kind of says what we want the task force to determine. If we're going to have a really open look at this thing, it needs to be started out with sort of a blank slate. Where should we go? And I really think we are the ones who need to be taking those first deliberate steps. After we have taken those first deliberate steps, maybe we do have a task force, but certainly we need to be out in the public. We need to be hearing from everybody, all of the stakeholders, as we have said. And so far, we haven't gotten to that point. And we know now that if If we were to decide that the investigation review panel is the way we want to continue, that our charter does allow us to have some, to broaden their work. I think we need to be more deliberate. I don't think we need to rush into this at all. And I think what we've heard tonight tells us that there's a lot that we need to look at before we take the next step. And I just think we need to be very deliberate. We are not under any kind of time constraint. We can't even do it until July 1st. That's only the time that that resolution or that ordinance or code takes effect. It doesn't say we've got to act by July 1. And I just don't think we're ready to take those steps. Steps we need to take, for sure, to do some things beyond what we're doing now, but I think we need to be very careful and very deliberate, and I think it's this body that needs to take those steps.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Moss, and then Ms. Wooten.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it was about 2 or 3 Tuesdays back, I think it was, Aaron, after the people came out here and spoke, and I reached over to Aaron and said, hey, you know, maybe we ought to be asking for some independent group to look at this situation. I reached out to Mrs. Wooten, I reached out to Mr. Tower, I sent some emails to the city manager, I had long conversations with the police chief and the city manager, had a great conversation with the vice mayor. I did a lot of research, looking through all the documentation and all the programs of what DOG's, Department of Justice's authorities were, what they didn't do, what they did do, what the consequences might have been. And based on that assessment, which I communicated to Mr. Rouse and Mr. Tower and Ms. Wooten, it really didn't quite fit our bill. So, and hearing the concerns that it might have on morale and other issues with the police department as well, I withdrew that push. But this is a different issue, in my opinion. But I'm just trying to demonstrate that I did look, and I am very concerned, and I've spent my whole life in national security, so I'm a very pro national security law enforcement person. But I'm not afraid to be challenged. I'm not afraid to have my thoughts challenged. I am not in favor, and I've said this publicly before, of granting subpoena power to a group. I'm not afraid of a task force that might recommend it, because in the end, it's this body that votes. So we get to decide, but we shouldn't be afraid to hear another voice. We should, you know, and maybe that might change our mind. I suspect I might not, but I know Carl will try to call me on the phone and convince me, Mr. Wright will. But nonetheless, I'm not afraid to get an alternative view. I mean, that's what I'm not afraid of, because I think robust debate is what we want. And with Ms. Henley, you are correct. We are ultimately accountable. That's the right word. We're ultimately accountable, and we exercise the consent of the people, not just in this audience, but the people who aren't here tonight speaking. It's a lot of folks in Virginia Beach, 451,000, and I don't know what they all think, and I realize the people here tonight are probably not a statistical representation of what the larger public thinks. But still, it's a voice, and I don't have any problem empowering a voice to be heard, because in the end, it doesn't change or diminish our authority to act at the end. So I think we could hear a voice, and who would be threatened by it? Doesn't change the timeline that we have to act on. I don't think I have to act on July 1st just because they finish. No one can force us to act before we want to. And so I think it's when you kind of deny people just to express their views, it kind of feeds that maybe we're trying to protect something. I'm not. I don't think anybody on this group is trying to protect something, because ultimately when we get the input, we can have all the robust debate and make the choice. So we could have another task force. It could be, have a competing view, be like President Roosevelt, have 3 different task forces, and they all could have a confluence of ideas, and you pick from the best. But I'm not afraid of what the task force will say, nor should anyone here. Because in the end, we get to read what they say, we get to hear what they say, we get to hear what the community says, and then Mrs. Henley's right. In the end, it's our decision that we have to be accountable for and explain. And people may not always agree with me, but I think what they will say is, I always can explain the reason and the logic for my vote. And that's what we owe these people, because that's what accountability is. So I'm not afraid of voting for this, but I'm not compelled to a July 1 timeframe, and I'm not compelled to vote for subpoena power, but I might vote for it, but we're not compelled by the findings of the task force. So I think the easier course of action, in my personal opinion, this is just me speaking, is we have nothing to be afraid of, and we should embrace the request and let them do their work. We have other big issues to deal with. I think collective bargaining's on our plate. I think the Voting Rights Act case is on our plate. We got lots of things, Mr. Mayor, on our plate that are of equal importance. Let this task force go out there. All of us are free to go out and hold our own hearings or whatever we want to do, get the input. Come July, I'm sure we're going to have our own public hearings on the finding. We won't be voting probably till September, I would guess, if I had to guess right. And everyone's a winner because everyone had a right to be heard, and that's what our system is about, people being able to be heard, and I'm not afraid of what they might say.
Okay. All right. Rosemary and then Guy.
I'd really like to know if we're appointing 11 people, what's the process of who these people will be? Because there's no description of who they are and the process. If there's 11 people, do each of us appoint one person, or how are we going to appoint task members?
Yes, Ms. Wooten.
So it's an advisory board. You know, just like we do appoint members to boards and commissions. And as a group and as a body, we suggest people to be a part of these boards and commissions. It's the same thing. It's nothing rocket science. It's very simple. You, as a body, you may have someone you want to recommend. You set it before the body. Mr. Wood may have someone he recommends. He sets it before the body. And likewise down the road. And then we vote on it. It's very simple. It's not complicated. Well, was that helpful for you? Good.
Okay, anybody else at this point? Yeah, Mr. Rouse.
Lastly,
Okay, oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, I did call Guy first.
okay,
Don't
no, you
mind.
go ahead. I defer to Guy.
Hey, thanks a
talking
lot, Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in favor of approval of this. I tend to fall into the let's don't complicate something that's fairly simple. We're appointing a task force that can do some things that we could do ourselves, yes, but as Mr. Moss says, we have a pretty full plate of lots of other things to do too. I think there are many different points of view and interested, even if we all of us thought we agreed right now. I suspect a task force that took its job seriously and looked at the various models that are out there for review boards would be able to educate us. It's very important to me. I think we need a different board than we have now. Forgetting the names, I think we need a different board than we have now. I think for sure we need to respond to the concerns of the African American community. I think they've been expressed pretty clearly. I'm not saying just because the folks that were here tonight, but I think throughout from the roundtable report to my personal conversations to others, that there is an expectation. Having said that, I will tell everybody here, a civilian review board, however it's constituted and with whatever powers it has, is not a panacea for all of the problems we have. It is one way for us to demonstrate our concern about the community's feelings about transparency and accountability for our police. It's not going to answer every problem. It's not clear at all that it's going to move the needle, but it could. And it's worth trying, in my view, to find the right fit for Virginia Beach. I happen to think, as I think I've said in earlier ones, that having investigatory power with subpoena power, with the checks and balances, as someone said, of the judicial oversight, is probably a pretty good idea. I think that's most of the successful investigatory powers. Otherwise, you're back to what you already have with a review board. But that's something we can determine down the road. I think I've said all I want to say, except that I have personally witnessed police brutality to Mary. It is something I will never forget. I've seen it happen right in front of me, not Virginia Beach, in another city. I'm sure if I were African American, it would be instilled in my heart and in my mind even more. I remember seeing the Rodney King beatings on television, and the film was very grainy and very poor quality, but it clearly showed what happened. And I don't think anyone would respond any differently to say, I want my city to do what it can do to make sure that our police department is accountable and responsible, so that if there are police officers in that are not capable of restraining themselves there, that they're disciplined in an appropriate way. I don't mean this as any criticism of our police force whatsoever. I truly believe we have an excellent police force. But we have a police force, I think, that is committed also to being involved with the community, and the community, a significant portion of the community at least, is telling us right now, it's time for us to act. It's time for us to do something. And I think this is an appropriate response, to give a task force some opportunity to talk to the public, to talk to each other, and to come back to us with some ideas. I hope they'll be very good ideas. We can't guarantee that, but I'm going to support this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rouse. That's it? Okay. Okay, yes, Mr. Bellucci.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'd like to share some of my reflections on this conversation and on the topic that's before us, if I may, and I thank you very much for that opportunity. And I want to begin by acknowledging the obvious, that we have deeply troubling, historic, and real tensions between law enforcement agencies and members of our community throughout the country and throughout the Commonwealth, clearly, and yes, even here in Virginia Beach. I've listened to the speakers this evening, who I respect and appreciate. I've had private and public conversations throughout the years on this topic. In the 5 years I served on the Human Rights Commission in Virginia Beach, as a private citizen and as someone who really, like all of us here, or we wouldn't be here, love and care about our community. These are extremely serious and disturbing issues. Even the perception that our police department, law enforcement agencies, does not fairly treat Virginia Beach citizens or visitors is a huge problem, and it's one that we must overcome. My fear, though, is that a civilian review board, and whatever terminology we want to use, or a task force that asks the specific question that I'd like to comment on in a moment, will not get us to the goal we seek, which is peace, which is justice, which is fairness and equity. I think the question we should be asking ourselves is, how can we improve trust, accountability, and justice holistically throughout our communities, inclusive of the public's relationship with law enforcement. I don't know what it's like to live as a person of color in this country or in this city, and I would never presume that I do. But I take members of our community at their word when they tell us that they feel unsafe, that they're frustrated, that they feel that they're not being heard. I hear that, and I have a lot of, it impacts me deeply. But the responsibility also that we have, that I have as a member of this body, is in helping to shape public policy that is lasting, that is good, that is truly going to make the difference that it seeks to make. I had a friend share with me in this body some information from President Obama's 21st Century Report on Policing. And I have some of the pillars in front of me today that I like to read. Build trust and legitimacy, policy and oversight, technology and social media, community policing and crime reduction, training and education, and officer wellness and safety. What I take just by reading those pillars, without, for this moment, of course I've read this report, but just reading those pillars here today, what I take is that there's a holistic response required, a comprehensive response required to achieve the goal that we all seek. And I fear that by focusing on this question of the Civilian Review Board, specifically and on the topics of investigatory power and subpoena power, we're missing the opportunity to have that comprehensive dialogue. We're also short-sighting citizens, people who are aggrieved, minority communities, people of color, and yes, we're also short-sighting law enforcement professionals by focusing narrowly on that conversation. Specifically, as it relates to the resolution, I have a question that I'm not asking for an answer this moment. The sponsor would like to address it. When I conclude my remarks, I would welcome that. But we use the term stakeholders. I think stakeholders have been excluded from the conversation that this council has had for virtually every turn of the dialogue. I think stakeholders needs to be more clearly defined so that we can truly be inclusive of everyone if we're just going to have the conversation about the Civilian Review Board. I also think we would need to consider the impact of collective bargaining, which the General Assembly has also authorized, which I believe will also be possible on July 1st, and what impact that would have on this discussion, which we haven't discussed. And the conversations that we've had have been entirely focused on the Civilian Review Board, and they've left out critical elements of the actual problem that we're facing, which is this disconnect between law enforcement professionals and community and members of our community. We've got to hear them all, and we've got to work collectively to address the problems that exist in all of these elements and pillars, because it's a policy question. It's not only oversight. That's one element that we need to address and consider. But we need to review policies. I know our Human Rights Commission has worked carefully to review policies, but we have more work to do, and I appreciate that, but we have more work to do. What policy changes do we need to make to build equity? How can we improve community policing, community engagement, connect communities better with law enforcement, to actually build real trust, accountability, and understanding and respect? Training. What are the best practices in training law enforcement professionals could we implement in Hampton Roads that could fundamentally change the relationship law enforcement professionals have with members of our community? And let us not discount officer wellness and safety. Members of our police department need to be safe as well. Of course they do. But if you ask them, and I have, there are many law enforcement professionals who do not feel safe in the course of their work. And I can promise you that their families do not feel that they're safe in the course of their duties.
Yeah, please.
I had a chance to review some protest chants that were shared by an organization that's active in the discussions we're having even today.
Please, sir.
And I could read several of them, but I want to read the most egregious, the most disgusting to me. The call says, "Match my energy." Response, "A cab."
Hey, sir, please.
Okay. Call, "What's that mean?" Response, "That means F12 till they die." I repeat, that means F12 till they die. ACAB stands for all cops are bastards.
Okay.
Let's be honest about this conversation and what trust really means, what respect really means. Because if we want a community that is safe, that is just, that is fair, that is equitable, those streets run both ways. Pointing that out does not in any way in my mind diminish the concerns that have been raised here tonight by members of our community, which are legitimate. Pointing it out, in my mind, is only meant to round out the conversation, to more fully inform the conversation of the problem that we're really facing. So my objection to this resolution that's before us today is that it doesn't go far enough. It's actually not comprehensive enough to address the problems that we have as a community. No one should misunderstand my opposition to this resolution as an opposition to the goal that we all have, which is to create an environment that is safe, that is equitable, that is fair, that is just, where we can all live in peace and freedom. And finally, I will share with you this list. Los Angeles, New York, Portland, Cincinnati, St. Louis, Seattle, Miami, Atlanta, St. Paul, and Minneapolis. What do these cities have in common? They have some form of a civilian review board with permissive powers. Has this board absolved these communities of the distrust, the tensions, the fear, the hurt, and the pain that we've experienced here, that we are experiencing, that has been expressed? It's a tough sell for me. So we've got more work to do. I don't think the question is broad enough. And I challenge everyone here who has spoken out tonight, and I respect them, and those who are in opposition, let's do better. Let's work together. And let's build lasting trust and understanding and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are we ready for the vote?
Clarify what the vote is.
Okay, the vote is to pass?
No,
The motion is, yes.
I
Oh.
just wanted to clarify what the vote was.
I was just going to thank Michael for putting everything in such good perspective. We've got so much more to do
Yeah.
than what we see in this resolution. That's my concern, is that we're focusing on just these things when we have such a broad thing to do. And I think we've got the greatest thing right here with the President's Task Force on the 21st Century. They already did it. And we have so much more to do, and I don't want to see us getting bogged down here and wasting time. I think I think this is a great beginning. This isn't the end. This is the beginning of really resolving a lot of these issues. And thank you, Michael, for putting it so well.
Okay.
So I'm happy to clarify the vote, but certainly have listened to everyone here. And for those who say we need more comprehensive, Mr. Bellucci, more comprehensive approach, I will say again that I called all of you, called you, Mr. Bellucci, and I asked for your feedback. That's the number one thing I always try to do. I call you and I ask for your feedback. I appreciate what you're saying now. Certainly would have been helpful when I talked to you earlier. And we've talked many times. We've sat down, we've, actually spent time talking about this issue. And I welcome you, to put something forth that's comprehensive. This is a step. This may not go far for you, and I get that. Ms. Henley may not go far for you. Certainly, let's collaborate, chime in, add to the solution. I welcome you to do it, because this is not something that I'm trying to do on my own. It's, again, not about me, but please know that anything that I'm putting forward for the community, I'm reaching out to you and have done so often. I spoke with you on the phone, Ms. Henley, for a long time. We had a long conversation. We don't agree on the way to get to what we want, but we do agree we need to do something. And so I will continue to have those conversations with all of you. Happy to do it. Happy to hear your solutions. Happy to hear your input. Happy to work with you on this issue moving forward. We can all work together on it. It's not a one-man show. We're all here working together. So bring forth your ideas, resolutions. Happy to work with you on it. But in terms of the vote, I move to approve the resolution. Councilmember Abbott asked that I revise the resolution by adding 11 people instead of 7, which I agreed with, and she also mentioned that she'd like this body to also be one that will go out to the community and gather information and feedback, which is what Ms. Henley asked as well. So we're encompassing your ask, Ms. Henley, in this as well, that stakeholders, this body will go out to stakeholders in the community and ask questions. So that's what's on the floor. And I can amend the resolution to what Councilmember Abbott has requested. And I do move to approve the resolution as mentioned.
Okay. Okay. Do we need another second on that?
We had a second earlier.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, at this point, can we call the roll on the vote?
Yes. Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci?
No.
Councilmember Henley?
No.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
No.
Mayor Dyer?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By a vote of 6 to 5, the resolution has been adopted.
Okay, thank you. It was a good discussion. Thank you all very much. Could we have some, please, thank you. Okay, how about we take a little break at this point? I think everybody could use one. Thank you very much. Ms. Abbott will be joining us shortly. Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting. All righty, I guess we're resolutions and ordinance 7, ordinance to authorize temporary encroachments into the portion of city property known as Sandbrook Inlet at 352 Tuna Lane, located at the rear of 1330 Rudy Crescent. Remove existing float ramp and construct maintain a pier, open-sided roof, and boat lift, deferred from April 6, 2021.
The first speaker is Carl Eason.
Hey, Carl, how you
After
doing?
Mr. Eason will be Melanie Boyd.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. First of all, I appreciate all that you do, and I don't know how you do it all. We're shifting to a topic right now that probably, hopefully, we'll find more unison on than the last one, and less discussion given the hour of the evening. You asked me last time to defer it. Ms. Henley wanted some more information appropriately to talk about the standards of review, and we're looking at improvements, marine improvements going in Sand Bridge. I sent you a package that had 26 similarly situated homes to give you an idea of what precedent has already been set out there. And I recently sent you at the close of last week a package accompanying a letter of April the 16th and some exhibits. I could never say that much in 3 minutes. I'd like to reserve the time to be more responsive to your concerns. But as far as Ms. Henley, the standards of review, in some, they're done on a federal, state, and a local level. And the feds have the Corps of Engineers that regulate navigational concerns. We have the approval certificates in here. VMRC exercises jurisdiction over this bottom, which is curious. They regulate the size of piers and the structures, and the gazebos or covered decks. And then you have the municipal ordinance, which I didn't put in the letter that I handed out, and that deals with putting piling structures over the wetlands. Wetlands boards also exercise jurisdiction because one of the concerns Ms. Henley addressed were environmental considerations. So I leave, and I know you all have looked at that material, I leave those considerations to you. I'll reserve time for rebuttal, and I'll be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions now? Ms. Henley?
And we briefly talked before the meeting. A part of my dilemma has been trying to follow this because it started out much larger than it is now.
It did, ma'am.
It included a wharf. It included, I think, 2 piers. And one of the questions from the Wetlands Board, it says a building permit for the gazebo shall not be issued until the BZA variance has been obtained. Is that something that's still out there?
No, ma'am, it's not. I dealt with the city attorney, Kay Wilson. We reconfigured it so that we didn't need the variance, and that was a moot issue at that point.
Okay, so you did not have to go to there's no BZA
That's correct. So
variance.
that is not a condition.
All right, so now it's down to just a boat lift and
The platform and the pier.
a pier Because at one point, I think there were 2 finger piers, but now it's a pier, an open-sided roof, and a boat lift. So-
The actual configuration that you have on the easement shows you a 20 by 24 pad coming out on the left side of the boat lift. Then there is a finger pier that accesses the right side of the boat lift.
So you are talking about 2 piers. All right, but anyway, I was trying to determine just how large this is. Now, this is what I got from Joseph Copeland in Public Works. When I asked what is the square footage of this proposed encroachment, his answer is approximately 720 square feet of improvements are within city property. Does that sound right to you?
It is 384 square feet of that area that was over a wetlands. The actual permit itself, and Mr. Simon's here to address the exact amount, he designed it. But I think we come out 39 feet from the bulkhead, and if you have a permit structure, a covered structure that is less than 400 feet, then staff can issue it. I believe this one exceeds that by about 60 feet. So in my letter, you saw VMRC, though they've looked at it and don't have an objection to the design. If it's over 400, we either have to pull the roof back to that, or we have to go before VMRC, the commission itself, for approval.
But what I'm concerned about is how large we are going, because I did also ask a question that if we assume that every waterfront property owner gets a similar situation, how many would there be? And the answer is 331. So I think we have to look at the cumulative effect. And what I want the council to do now that we have had this experience is to look at these and come up with what our policies are going to be. Because I think if we don't, we're going to continue to see these things grow, because this started out to be much larger than it is now, which I think would have been very unacceptable. So I think we do need to look further on, but we'll hear other comments, and then I'll make the motion. But if this is down to what Mr. Copeland says, that approximately 720 square feet of improvements are within city property, that seems to be in compliance or as we have been approving, because from what he gave me also, and I have so many papers, I'm afraid I keep fumbling. I had asked what are the sizes of the improvements within the encroachments, and the answer that I got said that permitted encroachments, not including bulkheads, range from 48 square feet to 723 square feet. So this one seems to be within that range, but at the top. But I would be very concerned if we start getting above that. So anyway, thank you very much, and we will hear these other comments.
Ms. Henley, we also have to be cognizant of the state statute, because the state affords rights to riparian owners, and that's on page 2 of my letter. And reference is made to 28.2, 1203 is the statute. And that talks about the 400 square feet that I earlier mentioned, or anything in excess of 700 needing state approval by the entire commission board.
Well, I think so, but I think also they may authorize things, but if it's within the city's right-of-way, then it's up to us what we're going to allow in our easement.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm really confused because I read that we traded the bottom with the refuge, and so now so that it would be city bottom, because otherwise the boats couldn't have been allowed on federal. But then I'm hearing that it's state bottom, so apparently the state is claiming what we thought we were getting from this refuge exchange. In other words, it's a confused mess, just like a lot of things we've got around here these days. So I think this is something we really need to clarify before we keep approving more and more of them. So thank you for being the guinea pig, and we'll hear from the other
applicants. City claims ownership,
Okay,
and also the state, but that happens in many other waterways throughout the city as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's state bottom or if it's, I think we need to know. Because we need to know what our responsibility is, particularly when we're looking at things like water quality and the SAVs and that kind of thing, so.
I agree.
Okay, thank you very much, and I
Thank you,
appreciate your willingness to work with us on this.
The next speaker is Melanie Boyd. And after Ms. Boyd is Robert Simon. Hi, Mel.
Welcome.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Again, my name is Melanie Boyd. I'm an 8-year resident of Sandbridge, and I ask that you approve this ordinance. I've known the owners, the Dufords, for 5 years, and I've watched them slowly but surely transform their property from what was an unattended, overgrown mess to a beautiful landscape. Like so many other property owners in Sandbridge who have gone through this process, their desire is effectively to replace an existing dock. It was a floating dock, allowing them to have navigable water. As I understand it, all the regulations have been required, or the required regulations have been met by federal, state, and local with no objections. Their property had had no bulkhead for many years, and in turn, their water line suffered greatly. They have since spent thousands of dollars and months of hard work to finally have the means to replace a dilapidated, unsafe dock with a safe option. In turn, they have significantly improved their neighbors' views and have likely helped to increase their property values based on removing so much old foliage and so forth that had been growing insane. So I please ask that you approve their request today. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Robert Simon. And then after Mr. Simon will be Barbara Messner.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer, members of the council. Robert Simon, I'm the one who put the application together for the Dufords on this. And unless the council has any questions for me, I cede my time to Ms. Messner and Mr. Duford. I know he's waiting to speak.
I would just ask, is what I said I think we have what you think we have? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yes, ma'am. It's
Okay.
the total area, the square footage in the
Okay.
strip of property there. Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Barbara Messner. After Ms. Messner will be Jared Brandywine.
Hello, Ms. Messner.
Good evening. Yeah, this has been ongoing, city property to private developers. I don't know how many people remember the seawall that was given to Ballard and extended all the way to the north end. You gave 200 extra feet of people on the north end so they'd go along with it. The city land is there for a purpose, and this shouldn't even be on the agenda today. Look how many things are on the agenda. But all this time asking questions, this was deferred. Why aren't y'all prepared? Why aren't you prepared? Why don't you ask the questions before? I mean, the behavior and the way this council was run today, and the lack of civility and allowing people to disrupt. I wish all the people who are watching at home without closed caption could see all the fist bumping and everything. I don't know how long y'all practice the, back and forth, and then you end up giving people what they want when they are violent protesters. So I'm just using my time to speak, but city land is there for a reason, and when people want to change what they've already bought property for, and if there's blight, that's the responsibility of code and the housing authority to take care of our neighborhoods. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jared Brandywine, and after Mr. Brandywine will be Richard Dyer.
I'm the executive director of Back Bay Restoration Foundation, but I'm here mostly just to give you guys some history on the land exchange. I was the refuge manager that worked with Charlie Meyer, who was the deputy city manager, to give the city that bottom in the canals in Sandbridge back in the early 2000s. It was part of the whole land exchange that we did in order to straighten Sandbridge Road, which McLennan's curves were pretty hazardous back then. And at the time, as a federal manager, the problem that I had was those were federal bottoms. People already had docks, small docks, on federal bottom, which was illegal. I felt, and the city felt at the time, by transferring the property, the bottom, to the city, that would allow the city to give people small boat docks and access to Back Bay. So it was really in order to resolve a federal problem that we transferred the land. As far as the confusion over who owns the bottom, you own the bottom. The Commonwealth, the waters in Back Bay are waters of the Commonwealth and waters of the U.S., which brings them under core and VMRC jurisdiction. To my knowledge, the applicant has not gotten VMRC approval yet. They got Wetlands Board approval, but City Wetlands Board approval. But as I learned when I went to that meeting, City Wetlands Board has no jurisdiction over open water or submerged aquatic vegetation wetlands, only on emergent. And so basically, the City Wetlands Board punted. So it's kind of disingenuous to say that they got City Wetland Board approval. It was non-jurisdictional for them. We still, this started as almost 2,000 square feet. Now I guess it's down to 700 square feet, which is, from my understanding, the largest structure the council has approved since the city has owned the bottom. If that's actually the square footage size, that's the upper limit of what the city has permitted heretofore, and I guess that's
Thank you
better
very
than
much,
nothing.
sir.
Sorry. If there are any questions, so
Yep, Ms. Abbott.
Thank you. You seem to have a broader scope of the history of this than I have the benefit of, so I'm appreciative that you've come to speak tonight. Could you help me understand, I guess, I don't really know a lot about these boat docks and piers, so forgive my ignorance. What is the concern of the size of the structure? What is the immediate threat? Is it a threat to the wetlands and grasses that exist?
yes. So it's two threats. One threat, well, there are several. I think you all received a letter from Back Bay National Wildlife Refuge. So they have some environmental threats. One is navigation. So if you allow, one is not a problem. Cumulatively, it could be a huge problem. So by putting a large structure out over the water, you will shade the bottom. Submerged aquatic vegetation needs sunlight, just like all plants, in order to germinate. Submerged aquatic vegetation does not come up every year. It only comes up when conditions are right. But the seeds and tubers are always in that mud. So from BBRF's perspective, it's the cumulative impacts that we're worried about. And as I said to Ms. Henley, we would be more than willing to work with city staff to come up with standards that you guys could use in the future for reviewing these things so that we'll have minimal impact on the aquatic environment in Back Bay and yet allow people to have reasonable access to the bay. I mean, that was our whole purpose in transferring the land to the city, because we couldn't do it legally, and we would have had to go in there and burn down all the boat docks, which actually happened on the north end of Sandbridge prior to my coming and being refuge manager. The previous refuge manager gave people notice to take their docks down, and when they didn't, they came in and burned them down, federal officers. I did not want that to happen on my watch.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Hey, anyone else? Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Next speaker is Richard Dyer, and after Mr. Dyer, we'll go to the Derek Duford, who is want to participate via WebEx.
Mayor.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm a 30-year conservation veteran for Back Bay, advocate for it. I oppose the encroachment for the reasons Jared spoke about, chronic shading, number one. And then number two, the city's $3.8 million Dewberry study places high value on the $482 million marsh creation alternative that offers a 4-day critical flood onset delay in the watershed. The report states worsening conditions are attributed primarily to almost a foot of relative sea level increase in the past 50 years in conjunction with degradation and loss of aquatic vegetation. The study also references the refuge advising minimum shoreline development along the bay and in the floodplain and climate-smart planning in all future developments. Number three, if all single-family bayside Sandbridge lots contain similar complexes, the total coverage would be 13 acres. Maybe that's 8 now, I don't know, because I'm just privy to all of this stuff, the changes. I further oppose the project based on the Virginia Code Section 15, which states shallowness and topographic conditions as reasons for denial. The project location was selected using a contour that created a false justification to build in the right-of-way. In contrast, the photo that I sent you guys 2 weeks ago shows clearly that they have deeper water south of the old dock. The denial portion of the Virginia Code states the authorization of the variance will be of substantial detriment to adjacent property and that the character of the district will be changed by the granting of the variance. This project extends approximately 42 feet from the original shore and within inches of the refuge boundary. Approval would result in increased hazards by funneling watercraft into a narrow, shallow refuge passage, therefore bank erosion, channel filling, prop scouring, and habitat impacts would increase. Development over the city channel would clearly diminish multiple views, property values, environmental quality, and are all substantial detriments to adjacent property and character of the district and reasons for denial. Like myself, a lot of people oppose this, but they don't know about it, or they're reluctant to oppose their community folks. So hopefully you agree that it's time to do something and abide by the refuges and the Dewberry consultants and do some drastic reductions in project size. Considering there are no hardships, I respectfully ask that you deny the encroachment. And this is the photo that I sent you guys, which shows SAV growing everywhere about 3 years ago, and that it clearly depicts deeper water south of the old dock, where they wouldn't have to encroach into city property. And that's public property. It belongs to all of us. They can put whatever they want within their own property.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is via WebEx, Derek Duford. If you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Mayor Dyer and fellow council members, thank you for your time today. I apologize for the virtual call-in. I really wanted to attend in person, but other things precluded me from doing that. My name's Derek Duford. I live at 313 Ruddy Crescent in Sandbridge. I'm asking for an encroachment into a portion of city property to replace the dock I already had at the same location. I recognize after the previous items, this feels very small. But 16 years ago, the Navy moved my family and I to Virginia Beach, and as I approached retirement from commanding an F-18 squadron in Oceana, I considered a location for our forever home. We chose Sandbridge. When we purchased our home in 2016, it was extremely overgrown and neglected. We have been working nonstop at making improvements both inside and out since the day we moved in. I started the process of installing a bulkhead and requesting a replacement to my existing dock nearly 2 years ago. Sandbridge is a boating community. Docks, boat lifts, and boathouses are the norm. Encroachments are commonplace here, and I have taken into consideration other properties in the neighborhood to ensure my request is in keeping with City Council precedent. There are several examples of this within my view alone. I've spoken with many of my neighbors regarding this project and modified in accordance with the previous concerns raised and discussed at regulatory meetings and the Wetlands Board. Navigational concerns, environmental concerns, water depths, alignment, location have all been discussed at length and approved by the Corps of Engineers and the Wetlands Board. Throughout this lengthy process, my neighbor, Mr. Dyer, has been in opposition to my application, and he has confirmed, both in an email and verbally to me, that his opposition is primarily about his view. He wrote, "I'm sure you guys appreciate your view and would be equally upset if it was obstructed. I contend that firstly, his view is not going to be obstructed, and secondly, I'm simply asking to place an improved dock in the location where a dock existed years before he even built his house." I have Mr. Carl Eason and Mr. Bob Simon here on my behalf to assist with answering any technical or legal concerns the board might have, and I hope they are given the opportunity for a rebuttal based on the opinions and comments that have been made by Mr. Brandwine and Mr. Dyer. In closing, I ask that you please allow this encroachment from my residential pier and boat lift, as this request is well within the bounds of what the council has previously approved. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I apologize. I do have one additional speaker, Joseph Kinley. He's in person.
Oh, okay.
Is he still here? He's on WebEx. I'm sorry. It says in person. Mr. Kinley, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you. Go ahead and begin your comments.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name's Joseph Kinley. I live not that far away from Mr. Duford. I live down off Whiting Lane. I have a boat dock. I use the waterways on a weekly basis. The prior boat dock that is being replaced was not a navigational issue. The water is actually deeper towards the other side of the canal. I did notice Mr. Duford lost quite a bit of property after the last few storms prior to his bulkhead being installed. So 3 years ago photos do not show the damage that was done to his property prior to putting in the bulkheads. He's done really unbelievable improvements to his property. It looks great. They're great neighbors. I hope you'll give him the opportunity to have a dock like many of his neighbors do. And I'd certainly appreciate the time talking.
That's all the speakers.
Okay. All right. Mrs. Henley.
Did anyone want to rebut?
Rebut?
This is ordinance and it's not a planning item.
Oh, okay. Oh, pardon,
We're good, thank you. Okay.
I'll be very brief. In your package, if you look, you'll see.
Wait, actually, should we? Yeah, this is not a planning, where.
I yield to whatever the mayor thinks.
Is a rebuttal necessary?
Well, he's
But I'll tell you what, he was asked to come up, so let's go ahead.
I merely want to share with you the photographs were taken in January of 2020 that were in the company of Justin Worrell at VMRC. And you'll see those photographs at an extremely low tide, and there's absolutely no subaqueous vegetation under the pier. Where it previously existed, it's in the same location. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I appreciate. Was there someone else speaking?
Okay.
Okay.
No, we're good.
Well, I appreciate everybody's indulgence in allowing us to take this extra time to look at the broad question. I just note again that there are 331 potential lots that would ask for the same kind of encroachment. And to this point, we have 104. That means there could be 220 more. And so I do think we need to have some policies, and I would appreciate the offer from BBRF and also the refuge to help us determine what the right kinds of criteria we should look at, because I think we do have to look at the cumulative effect. And these are narrow canals. Some of them are man-made. Probably most of them are man-made. And I think we have to really be careful about what we're doing. And we really do need to look at the cumulative effect. I noticed that, again, the permitted encroachments, which we have allowed, range from 48 square feet, which is pretty small, to 723 square feet. And so this one is at the upper limit of what is there, and I think that's probably the maximum we would want to go. So we need to come together now and come up with the criteria that we're going to allow so that we are treating everybody the same, everybody fairly, but also protecting the waterway. And so with that additional recommendation to staff, that we work to come up with some overall criteria so that we can track these as we do them and make sure we don't suddenly one day say, oh my goodness, we've made some bad decisions here. Let us get it under control now while we still have some time. With those comments, if we are looking at a 720 square foot encroachment within city property, I recommend approval.
Do we have a second?
Or I move to approve.
Move to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yeah, Mr. Moss.
For Mr. Stiles as a city attorney, I assume this encroachment is subject to the same as any other encroachment. It has to be removed at the discretion of the city, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that means that if in a future analysis and study and standard, we would find that such a size was detrimental to the ecosystem of Back Bay, we could require the owner to remove it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Also, would it not be correct that if we were going to be changing the standard, the reason why I'm asking this to my colleagues is we paid a lot of money, got a lot of good results from Dewberry's study. We've talked about flooding. We just saw a presentation about a substantial investment, was in the $40 million range, to put marshland in. And here it is, it looks like here's a case where, depending on whose view it is, and I don't think we've resolved this tonight, but underwater vegetation, it seems like on one hand, we're saying we need vegetation. On the other hand, we're putting things in the ground that preclude vegetation. It just seems like a mismatch between $40 million and the encroachment. And I don't know that, since encroachments are an entitlement, and if we think the size isn't the right size and we want to be fair, maybe the fairness should be a smaller size. So I don't know that we should be approving an encroachment if that doesn't seem to be consistent with a study that we got and a policy that we're after. I'm more encouraged to get the policy right and then approve an encroachment based on what the policy should be, because clearly I think some serious issues have been raised. So that's just my thought, and put that on the table. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, a motion, any other comments? Yep, Ms. Abbott.
I just have a question. Is there, do we have any visualization of what the revisions look like? I didn't see any of that, so it's hard to picture this, but I share a lot of the same concerns as Councilman Moss, and understanding the ecosystem back there is really important. And, we do know that area is super important, especially to our long-term flooding plan. So does staff have a visualization of what the new?
Ms. Abbott, that was just an ordinance, it's just under ordinance and resolution, so the only copies of anything are in the agenda book.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, are we ready for the vote?
Well, I would say, this is a temporary encroachment, and all of this is spelled out in this agreement. And that, if we determine that it needs to be removed, we can require that, and that's in the agreement.
Okay, thank you. All right, ready for the vote.
And the vote is to approve. Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 1, you've approved the application.
Okay, moving on to ordinances resolution number 8. Ordinance to authorize temporary encroachments into a portion of city property known as Bass Inlet located at the rear of 344 Back Bay Crescent. Reconstruct and maintain a proposed pier, boat lift, and jet ski float.
We only have 2 speakers signed up for this, Mr. Simon, Robert Simon, and then Barbara Messner.
Again, good evening, Mayor Dyer, members of the City Council. Robert Simon here from Waterfront Consulting on this application. And maybe I can clear something up for you, Mr. Moss, and for the rest of the council. The square footage involved on these encroachments and these canals is based on where the rear property line is. Most of the structures themselves are the same size, but the rear property line then determines how much square footage is actually in the city property. And in the particular canal we just talked about, I drew the plans for that. We did the surveys, the hydrographic surveys. That canal is 220 feet wide. If they're going over to that side, they're on the wrong side of the canal. They're heading towards the shallow water. So this whole idea of how much square footage is right, it really is what size pier do they need to get to access navigable water. And that's what the last application was about. I hope that clears up some of the idea. We just say a square footage and that's all you get. That may not actually address the situation on future encroachments coming forward. In this case right now, we have a situation where an encroachment was granted to a prior owner in 2006. They built a pier and a boat lift. The new owners bought the house, the Barchies bought the house in 2017. The pier needs to be replaced. We need an encroachment because the rear property line is located closer to the rear bulkhead where the pier is. We're not asking to go out any further. We're just asking to make the pier wider along the back of it and replace the boat lift. So the square footage issue does not have anything to do with navigation in this situation. It really has all to do with where the rear property line is. And the homeowners, when the Barchies purchased the property, they were not aware that an encroachment had been granted to a prior owner. So they're trying to clean up an issue that they've inherited here and replace the pier and the boat lift. I hope that clears up a little bit of what the confusion may have been with it.
Turn off your mic. Turn off your mic.
Be happy to answer any questions.
We had a technical melee up here, but it's okay. It was only kidding. It was a little thing. All right. Any other questions? Okay. Oh, thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Barbara Messner?
Okay, these are starting to be a blur. Okay, this is 8, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And the other gentlemen who've done so much work and are experts, they left, but their points are excellent. They formed a group. And how many millions did we spend for the Dewberry study, which you're just throwing to the side? And Mr. Moss, you scream when you do your token no votes. It's like we can hear you. Yeah, this one also has a jet ski. As far back as the 90s, where the Narrows are for Seashore State Park, first landing now, you couldn't even sit and relax there with the jet skis speeding, boats speeding. There's been a lot of serious accidents from all the speeding boats, not to mention the speeding cars. And we don't have enough enforcement. You keep growing the city, uncontrolled growth, And then when somebody buys a property and they want to enhance it, you give away a portion of their city land. So, yeah, I'm in opposition, and you can't replace wetlands. You can't grow new wetlands. That's such an insult. Yeah, I'm opposed, and I think y'all's dog and pony show gets pretty old and people can see through you, but you're funded by special interest and you get to stay.
No additional speakers, sir.
Okay, Ms. Henley.
Well, I still stick by the fact that we've got to look at the cumulative impact and, to have the concern that, well, we will just have to allow a greater encroachment if it takes a greater encroachment to get to navigable water is, that bothers me some because, like I say, these things are all changing and we need to look at things, and I don't think anybody was necessarily assured navigable for whatever they want to put there. So we've really got to have an overall policy, and I think that's going to depend an awful lot now that we are looking more at the flooding issue and all of that question. So there's a lot to look at here. This one would extend just 20.1 20 feet, 1 inch into the city's property rather than the 24 feet that the other one did. So it's a lesser extension and a smaller encroachment. So I move approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, call for the vote.
Councilmember Abbott? Aye. Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 10 to 1, this has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to ordinances, resolution number 9, to establish 2 capital projects and transfer $1.87 million from the City Council Special Pandemic Relief and Vaccine Support Reserve Ray Support Police Initiatives.
We have 2 speakers. The first speaker is Barbara Messner, and after Ms. Messner, we'll go to Conrad Schizventer, who is via WebEx.
Okay. Establish 2 new CIP projects, transferring almost $2 million from the Special Pandemic Relief Fund. I think Mr. Moss said there's been like $500 million for all these pandemics, mass shootings, et cetera, to support police initiatives. Our police have come before y'all since 2018, all of our EMS. They've asked for help, and, they can only do so much. As far as the appointments, you have them every week. Here they are right here, which we aren't allowed to speak on right now. But you appoint political people that you want. You shouldn't be appointing any outside groups like the RAC, Resort Advisory. Okay. Since this is on police who do need support, they need proper leadership. Where were Black Lives Matters, the black churches, for the preventable May 31st mass shooting? By the way, in 1998, there was a 19-year-old white male that was killed in a traffic stop. As a matter of fact, one of the developers was his grandson. And there were police that were suspended at that time. I think there were 14. So there was accountability at one time in the city. Anyway, you reward violence at the oceanfront with parties, something in the water. You're not going into their neighborhoods. I heard something about the parks. You want more money for Parks and Recs. Park and Recs takes care of the cement parks at the oceanfront. Okay, Christopher Rapp, Catherine Nixon, Alexander Gusev, Missy Langer, Mary Louise Gale, Robert Williams, Tara Welch Gallagher, Richard Nettleton, Joshua Hardy. Joshua Hardy, where were all the people to protect him? Lakita Brown, where were the people to protect her? Ryan Keith Cox, she put a little plaque in front of a post office. And Herbert Snelling. And these people did complain. They did go to their supervisors. Thank you.
The next speaker is Conrad Shizventer. Mr. Shizventer, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Okay, I know where your heart is, at least on paper. I looked up the bookmark agenda, and on paper, it says the Virginia Beach government always holds the safety of the public as a top priority. I say on paper because while the city is certainly concerned about Lime scooters, it doesn't put forth an effort to look at limiting guns, devices used deliberately to harm the public. It begrudgingly is heading towards police accountability. And then, of course, there's flood mitigation. For specificity, this matter is to redirect CARES Act funding, and I will acknowledge the city has leeway on what to do about it. I will not scoff at the ability to divert $1.87 million. I will scoff at where the $1.87 million is going. See, I want $1.87 million in CARES Act dollars to go to more business grants, perhaps to schools, perhaps to flooding mitigation. I don't want $1.87 million to go to flooding the strip with cameras, as we just let it slip that police didn't have theirs on when we needed them to be. I don't want $1.87 million to go to purchasing an investigative software and looking up fired bullets when the city won't even look up a suitable investigative body of the police who fire their own bullets. The money is okay, but the city doesn't look good right now just trying to be reactionary. So I say be proactive. And I know it's tough, but be proactive. Thank you.
That's all the speakers, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd move approval for this. This is in fact very proactive. It provides much-needed technical assistance, adds cameras, adds lights, gunshot detection, ballistics investigation, all things that we need to reduce violence, to reduce the lawlessness we've seen down there. I think this is a no-brainer. I appreciate the manager bringing it forward. I think this is an outstanding thing to do, and I wholeheartedly move approval.
And I'll second.
Okay, motion is second. Mr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to make a friendly amendment. I want to thank council for your response in the letter that I emailed. The letter detailed my hope to expand the gunshot detection system to other communities in Virginia Beach beyond the oceanfront. I find that we still can have greater transparency, community inclusion, and give our police the tools they need to do their job. And based on your responses, there was clear consensus on the matter to do so. A key piece of the Ordinance J9 is the gunshot detection system proposed for the oceanfront. Chief Newdigate mentioned there are other communities within Virginia Beach that warrants this type of game-changing technology. And I'm elated that we all agree that every parent in every Virginia Beach community should be able to allow their child to play in the front yard without the stress or burden of worrying about gun violence, as well as every resident and visitor to our city. So therefore, I make a friendly amendment to the Ordinance J9, line 34, to increase from $240,000 to $756,000, using the same sorts of funds as noted in the print agenda. This will allow the gunshot detection system to be deployed in 2 additional neighborhoods.
Good with that?
Okay.
Great.
Okay. So we have a secondary, a friendly amendment to add to that. Okay,
That's
Barbara.
Well, yes, and I had addressed this a couple of weeks ago when we first put this out, that because it had the first discussion we had followed the shooting that had occurred over in the Kempsville area when 3 teenagers were shot, I think one fatally. We haven't heard a report from that yet. But one of the neighbors mentioned in an interview that they had been hearing gunshots for some time. So I certainly think this is something that we need to make sure we are making available in other places. And I believe we had an email describing another particular vendor who has a similar kind of gunshot technology which can be transferred around. It would be awfully good if we can have something that isn't stable and can be used in several different places. So I didn't know the amount that we would need to have for that. Maybe this is the right amount. But I do think it needs to be looked at, and it would be awfully good if there's one that can be transferred as needed, because I think it's going to be needed in more than one place. So I appreciate that thought, and maybe we can look at other technologies and other companies. And I was also a little concerned about what that one email mentioned to us, that one of the particular technologies picks up conversations. We certainly don't want to get into that. So I'm assuming we're going to be looking at what's out there and what's best as soon as we can. Thank you.
Okay, I applaud the council members for bringing it forward, and I applaud Mr. Ross for the friendly amendment that I think would send a very positive signal out. Thank you very much. Okay, are we ready for the vote on this?
Councilmember Abbott? Aye. Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood? Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11-0, you've adopted the ordinance as amended.
All right, and the final item is a planning item
It's recommended for deferral.
recommended for deferral. Right? Yeah, go ahead.
Is the other speaker signed up on WebEx or here?
He is not here and is not on WebEx. Ms. Messner is the only speaker.
Okay, that's fine.
Ms. Messner? The request is to defer to May 4th.
I have so many questions about due process. People are prepared by what's on the printed agenda. To change the printed agenda and add more money is not due process. We're not prepared. So, yeah, I appreciate the fact that Mr. Rouse is realizing that everything isn't at the oceanfront and that we need to take care of all of our neighborhoods. Not just the ones where crime is reported, but all of our neighborhoods. This is appropriating $4.6 million from the fund balance of the
This is a planning item that you're speaking on now, the first one.
Yeah,
I thought you said it was
please.
10.
No,
Yeah.
we've already done 10.
No,
Okay.
wait, as I say in the instructions, Mrs. Messner, that you have to stick to the topic that
Okay.
you're assigned to talk.
Okay, and I'm trying to keep from telling you where to stick your microphone.
Oh,
So don't
Mrs.
correct.
Messner.
Okay, don't correct me. I'm trying to keep up with all this stuff. I don't like your lack of due process. You allow Jafari Jones to scream and interrupt, and then you interrupt me? You don't
Okay,
control this meeting. Okay, which one, Ms.
Ma'am, this
Barnes?
is the first planning item, this request for deferral to May
Right.
4th.
Okay, Graham and Webb, and I appreciate
Yes,
the help
ma'am.
from Ms. Barnes. Okay, this is 401 49th Street, a 25 for a street closure, 25 by 125-foot portion of Holly Road, adjacent to 409 49th Street. You're closing streets, you're closing public access. You know, these meetings are just a dog and pony show, and like I said, I'm trying to be polite. but y'all do what you want. It's air land, it's air money, and you've all failed. Instead of giving them what they want, they should have recalled all of you.
That's all the speakers, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I move.
Mr. Wood.
I move approval of the applicant's request for a deferral to May 4th, 2021.
Second.
Okay, we have any discussion? Could we call the vote, please?
This is to defer to May 4th. Councilmember Abbott? Aye. Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Councilmember Jones? Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, this application is deferred to May 4th, 2020.
Thank you all. We are adjourned.